What up, Wolfpack? Don't worry about it. Monday morning, a lot going on this weekend. I'm here. I had to get some stuff reconnected, little technical difficulties this morning, but we're here. Don't worry about it. Mic check. Everybody here? Everybody feeling good? How's the weekend? Another short week coming down. This is going to be interesting. I have no audio right now, completely no audio. So figure out what's going on here. All right. Well, apparently Iran requested a meeting in Doha, and apparently gas is lower now than it was before the denuclearization. I don't know what kind of that doesn't really make sense based on my chart, but either way, here we are. We'll gap up on that, I guess. I don't know. We're just consolidating. Stock market consolidation. Is a storm brewing? That's the title I put today. Is a storm brewing, or are we just consolidating at all-time highs? That's the question a lot of people are asking. I got to figure out how to get some audio because I can't hear anything. All right. Well, once again, 50-day moving average. The exact low. Is this reversal on the daily? I talked about last week. Here's your upper range. Here's your lower range. Do we start doing something like this? Lower highs and higher lows. Oh, God. There we go. Now I have sound. All right. Google is ripping faces here off the open. We're just ripping. Everybody have a good weekend. Who else here this morning? Do a good morning check-in here. Cameron, Jesse, what's going on? DP switched from MES to M&Q. About 600 overnight. There we go. 200 this morning. That account should be locked. That's beautiful. Like semis will push. Software backing off a little bit. So Nora, what's up? Good morning, Chicker Tap. Cameron. Dolson, what's up? Laria. Nico. Oh, Money's here. Grambo's here. Is it Reckoner? What's up, Reckoner? OUST. Is OUST exploding? Oh, that thing looks strong. Elster. Colin, what's going on? AWM's weak, kind of trying to lead us back down here. Gonna go through the well, you want to see these Mag 7s get a bid. You want to see the Mag 7s get a bid.
Morning, Ab.
Good morning. Good morning. Markets can do anything. We need that Mag 7. All right, right in all the NFTs again. QQQ's over it. Opened over it. I'm gonna take it slow this Monday morning because I don't love the gap up. Don't mind where we bounced off of, but I don't like what we're hitting into. Think we want to go higher. Yeah. If chips can consolidate, mags can catch a bid. Would be good. Looks like it wants to push. It also looks like this could just be a big bear fall. Rising wedgie. Hmm. Video pushing towards pre-market high. There's a new high on ES. We still have a big gap to fill over our heads, but we're already up, 1.5%. What do you do? I wouldn't be surprised out of Wall Street if this thing just starts rolling over and then just gets heavy sell pressure, but it feels stronger. I don't have any confirmation yet, but it just feels stronger this morning. I don't know if any of you guys use Seeking Alpha, but I was just told this morning Seeking Alpha's got a huge sell going on for their premium and their alpha picks, all three. So either you can get the premium picks, you can get or the premium analysis, the alpha picks, or both. There's links down in the description of the YouTube video or the whatever down below. There's links right to that if any of you are interested. Pretty big discount though. Who was on here? Somebody on here the other day was talking about using Seeking Alpha. $842 is a golden retrace of that down move last Thursday. I'm more interested in, can SPX clear this area right now and go fill a gap upside 50 points higher? Kind of Monday morning slop right now. Gap up. The mags do look, and that's been my base case. My base case of these mags are going to get a bounce, a big bounce. We got earnings in what, like 2.5 weeks, and holiday week. There's a lot of people on vacation this week, so just knowing that there's a there's a lot of people not at the desk this week. Typically float higher. Look at Amazon. This is that perfect example of people buy the 200-day, and then it does this dirty undercut to flush people out, and then now look at it. We talk about that quite often, honestly. Well, somebody's short off the daily 9. Yeah, we're about to hit it from the underside. I don't know. What I'm seeing is IWM weak, and kind of the main sectors of the market are a little bit strong. SMH is fine. Consumer discretionary, IGV, both strong. ADD is break even. Positive internals. Yeah, OUSD is having a day. Was there news on that, guys? I got home fairly late last night from some family stuff, and honestly, other than a couple of headlines, I didn't go through a whole lot this morning. So I'm kind of doing it in real time here. Something about robotics. I don't know, it's funny because this thing, even though it's up a lot, it looks kind of good. I don't know what's going to drive it, but boy, it looks kind of good. Oh, is NVIDIA headline? Do they celebrate the 4th? No. No one down here is going to celebrate the 4th of July. And Cinco de Mayo is not even Independence Day. So it's like a double no. Lord of Wall Street locked in 70 points on a short. There you go. My biggest question is, can SPX break over right here? I mean, from a risk reward standpoint, you almost want to go short. From a price action standpoint, you're like, eh. Yep, here you go. Look at that, almost 100 points. Nice, Lord of Wall Street. Back to 540. Is that what we're doing here? Yes, there's a level there. This thing could easily go back to 500. Like this goes all the way back to 500. 540 or 500. Simmies are getting slapped now. The whole thing looks like a rising wedge right into a golden retrace. That's what I have. That we just hit. 550 was point of control on Friday. AMD is getting wrecked. IWM new lows. $550, $500, maybe $540 is what I'd be looking for. Just 2 micros in a dream. I don't know. It feels kind of late now, but you say that and it'll go down another 300 points. I think QQQ 710, that would be even below that 500. Oh my gosh, look at this thing. $540, there's your level. Almost 100-point bounce. Good God. Oof, SPX is back underneath as well. Turns out it was the exact same thing as every other one of the last 3 Mondays or whatever. Ahmet, what's up? Good morning. Just saw your comment here. 1 micro in a dream is all you need. SPY NFPs are just below us. So is QQQ. And you're just testing this gap. Which something tells me you play for half gap, whether it fills the full gap or not. Or at least that's your main target. Frank, did you sell anything? I'm sure you probably did.
I didn't. I was gun shy. I'm like, let's wait till, because it looked really like, oh my God. And then I saw AMD and I'm like, oh, there, I missed it.
Yeah, I saw that. I was watching IWM just weak out of the gate comparatively.
Yeah.
And then there's this headline, suspected yen intervention.
They just sucked everybody in. Oh my God, this is crazy.
Didn't suck me in.
They sucked everybody in the longs, and now they're dumping. Oh shit. Oh God. All right.
Like, I think you could bounce out of this area, but I don't want to try it. Not with this. Good. Yeah, I'm reading this. I'm not. Ugh. Yeah, it's just Frank's background. Listening in on spaces. Yeah, something's going on with the yen. Yen slides the weakest level versus dollar since 1986. There's half gap. on Qs. Wow. I didn't step in front of this one and get ran over. That's for sure. Did gold break the level? And I just can't. I wouldn't be surprised to see a decent sized bounce here, but I don't really have enough to go off of to do that.
It's funny that Spy Friday candle has not gone away. You know,
Yeah, they were saying there's some dark pool stuff was going on too, but yeah. But here's the this is the middle of this entire consolidation again. 709, 710 is this volume shelf on QQQ. We rejected those daily EMAs hard. Yeah, there's a unit intervention doesn't make me feel good. If that thing's still unwinding over there. Yeah, I think still drilling. There's a pivot point. Boy, NVIDIA is drilling. Yeah, Amazon's still strong. Meta's still strong. Google's still really strong. It's semis. Yeah, it's literally just semis. Well, I guess it's the broader market too, but Mag 7s are not rugging. Holy. This goes straight for the gap fill. You guess we could play a we had that ugly close on Friday, didn't we? Just another 100 points lower. ES at gap fills way lower. I want to play the bounce off this gap fill, but I don't know. I want to get ran over. Good Lord. Why? Dude, the Mag 7s are still going hard, though. There's the gap fill. Here's 29K on NDX. I'm about to try a bounce. I'm watching SPY though. All right, I just took one little starter on in NQ there. I had to add a couple there quickly. Can we get back to like 400, 420? Because SPX still has a gap to go fill. No, why does this marked right here? I mean, this doesn't feel like a big reversal spot. It just feels like short covering. God, simmies are getting absolutely wrecked on this Japan thing, I guess. Look how strong Mag 7 is. Get outside of the semis trade. Look at Google. Look at Amazon, Microsoft, Meta, Tesla. I have not closed my SpaceX short. I haven't even trimmed it. Come on, pop it, pop it, pop it. There we go. There's 100 points. I just took a trim. Another trim sitting at 445. I'll get to some of those comments in a minute. I did see one that says, so the yen carry trade thing it's a liquidity thing. So borrow yen for nothing and use it elsewhere. Value area low from Friday that we just hit. There are some orders on the book map at like 260s, 258, somewhere in there. SPY has a gap fill still here below. How should I process that info? Somebody does a buy rating change. To me, a lot of those things are noise. I think what's way more important is not the price target or the buy rating up, like, because everyone uses those terms a little bit differently. It just gets really muddy. What I would do is actually read the research of why they're saying it. That's where I think where you can find the value. Like at the analyst reports, I feel like there's way more value in reading what they're identifying as the opportunity, like what the analysis is within the re-rating, rather than this. All right, there's my next trim, 150 point gain down to 1. Stop goes into profit. Because if we come down again, I think we're going to fill the gap. Uh, 500, 540 would be my next targets. Probably 540, 530, that area. Yeah, Billy, I would be way more interested in reading. Sorry, guys. I'd be way more interested in reading the analysis that they have in there. If you're already in something, I mean, obviously it can be like a little bit of a boost to your position. So yes, but at the same time, it's more of like, how much, because you have no idea, like, okay, well, what does buy mean versus neutral versus sell versus, because you'll see them downgrade it from buy to neutral, but still have a higher price target. All kinds of, I mean, there's a ton of ways that you can approach it, and all of them use similar terminology in slightly different ways. That's my opinion on it. I don't use it a whole lot, so I'll stop kind of right there. I'm sure maybe somebody else that does use it more will, maybe they have a better answer than I do, but that's my take on it. All right, 200 point trade. I'll just take full exit right here. I think it can go a little bit higher, but I'm not going to play with it. 200 points. Bang, bang. Sniper. Couple you sniped the high. I sniped the low. Just pass the baton. And there you go. That'd be 250 points, and that would be full target. I was more confident about that bounce just because of mag 7s and the gap fill. GG's. GG no re. Oh, we're right back to the middle now. I just have a feeling somebody's trying to short this and going to get absolutely just ran over, just curb stomped. Dallas Fed manufacturing data just came out. I don't think anybody cares. It's crazy. I had a 293 average on that. This looks strong. This may have just gone back and gap filled and picked up everyone from Friday, and it just goes up the rest of the week. The mag 7s were just too strong. Well, you know where you got to stay over. That gap fill trade was worth the risk reward. Hopefully, some of you guys got short earlier. Holy sh! Could have left that last runner after all, huh? Where my mods at? MYG, I gotta make you a mod too. there's Jarrett. Jarrett got, oh, Frosty Dog. There we go. There we go. The dogs are out. Bang, bang. Oh, those mods are some dogs. Just rah, rah, rah. So the interesting thing on that drop, yes, the semi trade was weak. Here, look at the 5 minute. So here's the 5 minute. The semi trade was weak. Look at this reaction on the video, though. Apple's whatever. Apple's kind of its own thing. But then if you look, Google, look at this. Never pulled back once. Never even pulled back. This thing looks like it wants to fly. Microsoft, not even close to the gap fill. And then look, Amazon just screaming higher. Meta, barely a pullback, still near highs. And then you guys said this one, Tesla. Tesla just... And Tesla's range bound, but seeing strength in those Mag 7s makes me feel like, okay, we're still in business here a little bit. Is the storm brewing? Maybe. Maybe it goes just south of us. Banks are doing well today. I need SpaceX to go below that. I need to go to IPO price or issue price 135. What's ANET doing? It's not a bad chart. Not a bad chart. I got a pretty tight uptrend though. Just get a little bit of trend line protection. God, look at this gap fill and go. All right. I don't know what. White House just said something about a peace deal. U.S. Iran talks move to Doha. Special envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner will meet Qatari officials in Doha on Tuesday to discuss Iran negotiations. Technical teams are set to hold separate talks with Qatari and Pakistani mediators on Wednesday. So it says Tuesday, so that means tonight. This may be go make a coffee time and don't chase anything here, because this reaction makes me think we're going higher. Yeah, Dom, it's so tough to like miss a trade and then know it's gonna be like probably an hour and a half before another one sets up. Like right now, I could still be holding runners, up 300 plus points, but I can't take a new trade here in the middle. I mean, we went down, we went up, and now we're in the middle. So It's a good time for me to go turn on the coffee pot, Frank.
I gotta leave at 11:45 or at noon, and I'm gonna be back at like 1:30. But like, I have a little short here, but it's a scalp. It's not a short, and it's at like I'm short at like 21, 22. But like I'm covering it. I don't think it's going anywhere. We're in the middle. This is, and I bought 8 contracts when we were buying it. I bought them almost at the absolute low. It made 120 points, but average. I have to admit, man, that looked like it was going this morning. And when it started coming in, I'm like, when do I buy this? And then I just like dropped my hands and said, you know what? I got to wait for this stuff.
That's what I did.
But like that point where we did buy, that was perfect. I mean, right when they closed the gap. And it was hard because you thought maybe SPY would close the gap too. But it was worth, you know.
Yeah, the funny thing is, like, I bought,
I mean,
bought 1 or 2 and then like added to it and took them back off.
You know, it makes the day.
I mean, like this morning, if you shorted 1 for 300-400 points or whatever, I mean, that's what, several $100, $600-700. And then if you bought like right there, you bought like a handful of contracts down there just to see if it bounced. Right. You get you know, a 150-200 point bounce. There you go. Like there's, you don't have to use that. And that's the thing that I'm still struggling to, like, I don't want to say struggling, but it's like the one thing I'm like constantly reminding myself is, hey, there's a lot of really big moves happening in the market right now. Just throw on a couple here and there. Couple micros in a dream. The only time I get in trouble whenever I start buying too many.
Yeah.
Amazon's still holding, not really breaking that structure.
And then I got to buy too many again at the level I should have waited for. So sizing and the patience. I mean, we sat there and I said, okay, this does not look good, even though I see Mag 7 soon. Okay, this does not look good. Just wait and wait. It's fully in a gap. Gapped up over the weekend. Just let them go clean it up. And if it gets here, like part of my thinking has been, if it gets there, I'll take the trade. If it doesn't get there, I just won't have a trade and be okay with it and wait for the next one. That's kept me out of a ton of trouble lately. Yeah. So what now exactly? Roblox had some kind, or not Roblox. Rock.
Okay, Robin has confirmed.
Both of them, I think. Ooh, there's gap fill on Roblox right there. Rocket Lab had something this morning too.
Launch perpetual futures or expand.
RKLB and RBLX.
Good crypto purse. Already live in Europe. I didn't know that.
Are we down to my level on Bitcoin yet? No. Well, you talk about a clear downtrend. This is the cleanest downtrend I've ever seen in my life. What did Sailor buy some stock back?
Gain gold ladder, covered half, show stop and profit. Dunzo.
Oh, what did gold? No, it didn't get there. Yeah, I gotta go fire up the coffee machine. I need a coffee. Sailor sold. Didn't Sailor Didn't Sailor like buy back some of his stock? Dom, I like this. Struggles being profitable are just as hard as they were when it's that's why I always say it's a journey. Like you get more experience and you get more comfortable, you get better at the emotion side of things, but like It's like it's not like I don't know that it gets easier. I think you just get better at handling it.
No, the news with Rocket Lab is Rocket Lab bought Iridium this morning.
Oh, they acquired somebody. Okay.
They acquired IRGM, which has been something that all those guys at Spinner Capital and Wolfie have been buying. They all own it.
Yeah.
It's up $9, but
Well, this chart is a classic base out forever, try to get through a downtrend, and then just boop, and then you have a reason to come back. This 5 minute right here, you just back tested that 500 area, and you're kind of making a little flag like you want to go higher.
this market.
Look at this thing.
Oh my God. Oof.
Oh, yeah, this is pretty bullish behavior. Internals are improving. Vault E is negative but improving. Vault EQ is actually pretty strong, screaming to the upside right now.
And hold the alarm and take it back to where power.
MES log, 15 minutes EBC.
That's cooked. That's something. And that means they
Trail
don't
stop. Trail stop remainder goal, break even there.
gosh, that Amazon chart.
All right. Get the coffee fired up. Bits of Wealth, what's up? Bits of Wealth, I'm missing the horse. Pues, ¿qué te digo? El caballo de Bitcoin. Ya lo van a tener que... What did Larry the Cable Guy say about his horse? My horse broke its leg and I had to shoot him. Now he's got a broke leg and a gunshot wound. I don't know what it's supposed to do, but if he don't get better soon, I'm going to shoot him again. I tell you that. What's up, SC? $15 looks strong. Can we fill gap downside and upside today? That'd be wild. This market's crazy. How do you up 1.5% to flat on the day, back up over 1%? Unbelievable. The ranges are so incredible for trading, though. That 500 points down, 400 points back up. Oh, you just got the 25K funded? Up 200 day on the day lock? Yes. Let's go. Let's go.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Anytime you fund an account and then immediately get some profit on it, I'm just like,
Double kill.
double kill. This thing looks like it wants to fly. And I think it's, I mean, look at the max. New high of day on max. How many shorts are getting ran over? That's my question. You get back over Friday's high, this is going to squeeze them. Let's go, W's. Billy the Kid. Make money on the up and down. I mean, that's kind of what we do. I've been playing the up more than the down lately, but you just sit there and just hand it off. Back and forth, back and forth. God, yeah, look at this hourly candle. I see what you mean, Billy the Kid. Yeah, no, it's like I know people that approach trading whether they're like if they just long, they'll trim profits and they'll add back in like within a trend, like in that stair step that happens. Guys, I wasn't lying about my door being broken. I have this temporary door sitting back here. I need to move out of the way, honestly. Trying not to break anything this morning. Too good of a morning to break something. Damn kids, stop hanging on doors. I don't know. This is so messy to me now. What's up, Brent? Howdy homies is one of my favorite greetings I've ever heard. It's like I'm country and I'm ghetto at the same time. Damn, son, how'd you break this?
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
That's what I'm saying. Like, these kids aren't like the amount of times they've either hung on the door or like pushed it too far to where it like hits and pulls on the hinges. There she goes. Back over Friday's high. No, I think my neighbors finished up most of their stuff. Still their loud ass cars, but oh guys, my coffee, I forgot. Here, Brett, this hat's for you today. The old Ariat. Pull out the Ariat hat for Brett. Not really. All right, now we're ready to go. Oh yeah, Canadians, congrats. It's the furthest you guys have ever been in the World Cup. It's exciting. This World Cup's kind of BS, but we do have Brazil, Japan this morning. We have a big day of games. Oh, I just now saw this. Brazil, Japan, and we have Netherlands, Morocco tonight. All right.
There we are. Cheers. Got my espresso. I am back.
That's literally what I just went and made a.
Yeah, we came right up to R1 on Q right here at 7:30. Are you still in your long from what 290s?
No, I wish. No.
Yeah, I was in at 370s, and like I said in Discord, I was just scalping, and here we are now at 700.
Oh, you went to the game yesterday? How sick was that? Dude, Canada scored in like the 93rd minute to win.
What up, Nico?
Colin Knowles. That's funny.
About 268 guys sitting up at 29,850. They just showed up on Bookmap. Interesting time to come on the books right when we're going to push up off of R1. And we got the body candle high of Friday right above us at 740. So I've got an eval I can play with. So that's what I'm going to do. Try to pick a spot.
Oh, I don't know what I want to do here.
Do nothing at the moment.
I mean, I could see us just pushing higher, but slowly.
Or coming back down to 650s.
IWM looks like it wants to come down. What's oil doing?
70.35. And coming back down to test the 21 EMA on the 5-minute.
I need gold back over 40.40.
Gold member.
All right, well. Hell yeah, Mateo. What a patriot. I haven't done fireworks in so long.
Yeah, what's the scene in Mexico for fireworks?
I mean, they do fireworks, but
I'm sure like nothing's illegal, right? Like you guys just have like the best fireworks around.
I don't know, like how many. No, I live in a big city, so like, what do you? I don't think you can just shoot fireworks. I don't know. I've never seen. I'm assuming you can buy them somewhere.
So you're just gonna stand there owning a fireworks stand and tell me you got no whistling bungholes, no spleen splitters, or cherry bombs? No Husker do's, no Musker don'ts. No whisker biscuits, no monkey lighters. Joe Dirte, baby.
What Billy the Kid, what is what is this question?
Apparently they don't celebrate the 4th.
I didn't understand the question. Apparently don't, yeah.
Wow, Colin, that's a quote of the day right there. No, we took back the Alamo.
This morning they were like, do they celebrate July 4th in Mexico like we celebrate Cinco de Mayo? I was like, first off,
That's funny.
those are two completely different things altogether. How come there's not an Alamo Day?
Sir, you tell me. Oh,
Oh,
right when I was about to click the long button, he said, hold on.
He said, wait a second.
I do want to go long right here, though. I'm on my eval. All right, do I get filled at 20s?
How would you use short interest, short ratio?
I am long right there at 721.
I'm not a big fan of small cap short squeezes, so like I'm just not the right person to ask on that, Billy. I know a little bit about it. I mean, obviously, if there's a low float or a ton of shares already shorted, there's not that many available to short more, then you can like kind of manufacture these short squeezes. But anytime people bring that up,
50.
anytime somebody brings that up, I just think you're just trading an absolute shitco either way. So, Brent, I just got you. Like to use for the whole story of the stock. I don't know that you can. I mean, I don't know that short interest shorter ratio is going to tell you much about the story. It's just there's a lot of times where you look at shitcos that don't make any money yet, or maybe they're they're just not profitable companies yet. Keyword yet. Sometimes never. Sometimes yet. And they just short those stocks as free money to them. So I don't know. That's the way. But I like what. So here's the thing, Billy. You're approaching things the right way by trying to paint the full picture. But what I would be very careful of when you're newer is you're going to run into analysis paralysis. Is what somebody has coined that term. You're going to start looking at too many things and start double thinking everything. Like you're well this, but this and this and that. And like I would start with like the fundamental things, the most important pieces of your style or strategy, and then as time goes on, then you start adding a few more things. That's one thing I had to do, because at first I was like in technical analysis and trading, I'd just look at 97 different things and I'd be like, oh well, these 4 things say this and these 2 things say this and this says nothing and this says something, and I was like, Jesus Christ, like how do I you know what I mean? Like it just is too much. And then I backed off and said, okay, well, let me eat my steak first. Then I'll add the sides, then I'll start, okay, well, let's get some complimentary mashed potatoes in here.
Some meat and potatoes, baby.
Yeah, let me get some fried okra on the side now. Dude, fried okra sounds good. So like that's what I would just be careful of, is just doing too much. Core Scientific lost a court case.
All right, there's the train. Let's add.
Ooh. I literally have nothing to trade off right here. It's just in this big middle spot.
Like for it to push above my new average at 707. You want to do it?
Good thing is Friday's holiday.
Friday is a holiday? Half day?
I think it's a full day holiday.
Oh. All right, we are now 10 points in profit, pushing up, hopefully. I still have a trim up at 50. So my average is right down there at 707. Initial entry was 21. So I added literally down at the train. What I said added because of the train, I did down at 81. So all right. I want to get one off up here in the 40s, 50s. I can push. There we go. Come on. Didn't quite fill me. I've got to trim up at 49. There we go. Almost. All right, got filled right there. Looking to take some more off at 75. And then high day. Stops are in profit. My average is down at 701 because of that ad. One of them just got taken on that little pullback. It's a shame, but it happens. Preserve the capital.
What do you do?
Long with me. Yeah, what? High at 838. I might. Oh shit! I did. Fuck. I added. I didn't mean to, but I did. At 728, I got filled. Another one long. So I'll put another trim up at 799, just ahead of 800. Hopefully that doesn't bite me in the tuchus.
It was crazy, like 100-point swings.
Yeah. That's why I was like, oh crap, I accidentally added. Like, that's not the place I would like to add. Especially because it took my trailing stop down at 04 and I added at 28. We'll see what happens. Yep. Trailed another one out. And now we're sitting just here at my wonderful ad up there at 2.9. So I think I might just add another one if we get back down to 680s. Now I'll add right here. I added at 715. So my average is right there at 723.
Hmm.
And let's see. I will put my stops down at under 60s.
I just know based on that big move down, big move up, other than that one pullback to 500 would have been the only spot that I would have considered. Billy the Kid. I tell you what, Billy the Kid, never stop asking questions. I love the way you've come in and you're hungry, even if like pieces of what you're looking at, this, you know, small cap, you know, those kind of things. It's not my style, and I'm not a huge fan of that style. The fact that you come in here and you're just asking questions, trying to learn. Well,
You don't know what you
you'll-
don't know.
you'll go further than most people just because you're actually hungry. Aiden's a short in queue from the 700s. I don't hate it. I just don't. I'm not convinced on anything here.
My average is right here at the 20s. 723.
Shout out to our title sponsor, Leverage Shares. Go to leverageshares.com. Check out all the 2x leveraged, mostly longs. I think the SpaceX was the first short one that they've done. But check out all the different ones there, trading tools there, especially with these ranges and volatility that we're getting.
Looking to trim at 750, by the way.
Looking to trim at 750. But big shout out Leverage Shares, making this live and free all day. Give my man 750. Ooh, decent amount of orders up at where? 850.
850, 272.
The 2x short, yeah, that was timely. I'm up 78% on mine. I want 100% before I trim. Hey, pockets ain't empty, cuh. Oh, what a great quote. Yeah, IWM is getting back under previous day's low. But this is part of the rotation scenario.
I could see us rolling on
The Mag 7s. I mean, I could too. Just anything get out. I could make both arguments here, but ooh, Microsoft went red. What is VIX doing?
Oh, it's just chopping. It's rising a little bit. I'm about to get stopped out. If this bus don't turn around.
Did you say House of the Rising Sun? What is this? Yeah, a lot of new traders. It's funny. I've almost met as many people that like new traders. They come in and like they don't just get wrecked. They actually find some type, but they come in during a bull market, and that tends to be worse than if they just came in and got wrecked to start with. It's like you go up to get wrecked harder. I don't know if that makes sense. My father was a gambling man down in New Orleans. What a song. What a pull, Brady. I don't even know if you meant to pull that.
Of course. I am the rising sun. See you. All right, here's my average again. Right here at 23. Still have got a trim at 50.
I would not be surprised to see us go take out the high day. You need IWM to bounce, but
Get myself to participate a little bit.
I mean, you had a red 15-minute candle off the bottom.
Come on and fill me a 750.
Give my man 750. I need to jump on here with you.
Come on and do it. Do the damn thing.
Let's just do the thing.
You know that one thing. You should do it.
Today feels like a day where I'm gonna just listen to music in my other ear.
Nice.
I feel like it could just be choppy. In the house of the rising sun.
This is an eval account too. I'm looking to pass it. Actually, I don't know if I can pass this today.
How many contracts are you in deep?
Just two. Two NQs at 23.
I must be doing something right. I've picked up some like more trolls lately. I really like this. Some new haters back here.
Come on.
Let's go.
Come on, train. Come on, train. Fill me, train. Almost. Train left. And
Got a rising sun for you, Mr.
see you. 750 filled.
Nice.
Let's go.
Sip.
All right.
sell 34.
Mr. Hawkins is getting involved.
Bloom Energy looks not good. Not bad, but not good.
Let's see. I've got this other order at how much money am I on today?
What's that?
840.
800?
You got 273 orders at 850 on the books. And it looks like we're going to go get them. A lot of volume just came in.
Look, if you draw this entire pullback right here, we're trading in the exact midpoint. The exact midpoint of this entire consolidation.
All right. Well, we're up nicely on this. Let's slide our stops up to 740.
Ooh, yeah, my Airbnb get moving. I want this thing back in the 160s though, from my 120s area.
Do you guys short the gain train?
Lord of Wall Street said he was full porting. Lord of Wall Street, how are you full porting? I'm just curious. You said full port, so I just wanted. You said right here, full port. This is a pretty big spot on the GEX.
Yo, Alpha Futures. Okie dokie.
Sing with me. Sing for the year.
I forgot to hit my soundboard over here.
That was easy.
Dream on, dream on. I'm not gonna hit this high note right now. No chance. I would never hit it either way. I'm not even gonna attempt it. Or what's the other one? He says, "That'll do, pig. That'll do." What was that from?
That'll do, pig. Pig?
He said, "That'll do, pig. That'll do."
Is that you, John Wayne?
Oh, it's from remember the Babe or whatever?
Like Babe the pig?
The pig. And then the like spider that did the little web thing.
I know. Oh,
I
Charlotte's
just
Web.
remember.
I need to get that easy button in a John Wayne voice. That was Easy Pilgrim.
I just remember the Babe or whatever, that movie from when I was a kid. And he just said,
Charlotte's Web,
"That'll
yeah.
do, pig. That'll do."
I don't remember that.
Imp was never in the choir growing up. He's funny. My sister was like all state choir. My parents are like fantastic singers. My mom can play piano. I cannot sing to save my life. Just skip me completely. My grandparents on both sides, I think, were both actually pretty good singers. Like,
I can play a little bit of guitar. That's about it.
on a dark desert highway.
I've got
And
my.
if you're gonna short, that's not a terrible spot to short against.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I've got my stop like right here. It's about to get taken at 750. Yep, I'm out. I am flat.
Oh, dude, Guitar Hero back in the day, I was a
good.
monster at Guitar Hero.
All right,
What was-
$1,700 on that on the eval. So looking good.
There was a time back in the day where I picked up a guitar and just learned the chords, just the 4 chords, and we just sit there and we would just make up like
Smoke
our
on
own songs.
water.
535.
Like the easiest first song to learn.
I just learned, like half of the pop songs from the 2000s were all the same 4 chords. All that like alternative rock stuff, acoustic rock, whatever.
Oh, I could play a Semi-Charmed Life. That's the easy one to play. It's,
Yeah, but can you play Through the Fire and Flames on Expert?
Dude, like it was so funny. Like some of my friends, like back in the day, they would play that and they would slam those buttons so hard, just it sounds like me typing on this freaking keyboard thing. Everyone does learn Smoke on the Water first. It's easy.
Yeah, Smoke on the Water is definitely one of the first ones.
It is.
That was easy.
And look at that. We take my stop and go up immediately 20 points or so.
What's the opposite of the easy button?
Hey, if winning was easy, the losers
Oh,
would do
shit. Here we go again.
it. That's actually pretty good. Ay, 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 ay.
Nothing else matters. Yeah. I just know a ton of people was like the
Cliffs of Dover was fun.
like Wonderwall and like all those like those type of songs with just the chords. Like that's what a ton of people, at least around me, like they were all learning guitar. They were learning those or just like the country songs. Or it's just, basically the same 4 chords in a different pattern.
Eric Johnson, that's who did it. Eric Johnson, Cliffs of Dover. That song is tight to play on Guitar Hero.
If you want everybody to hate you, just go to your local dive bar with live music and just ask for Freebird from every person. Freebird! Freebird!
Colin,
Freebird!
that's funny.
What's up, Tommy?
Oh man, I want to chase it.
Yeah, Wonderwall. I learned that one at one point. I also learned a lot of like the keyboard because I have a buddy that was really good at guitar, so I just learned the like keyboard parts a lot of times, like a piano or whatever keyboard parts. We used to play the 8 Mile song, the Lose Yourself. Ding, 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 ding. There's a good question on July 4th week right here, Colin. What is the most American song out there? Is it Freebird?
No, Stranglehold, Ted Nugent.
Stranglehold.
For
Chat.
sure.
What is the most American song you can think of?
Oh, actually, I take that back. I've got one top of mind, and it's a no-brainer. Everyone knows it. Album cover, most American patriotic album cover you'll ever see in your entire life. It's by the name of The Boss. He goes by The Boss.
The Boss.
And someone already said it in the chat.
Born in the USA, Springsteen has got to be like top 5. Like
That's
that has to be top 5. Sweet Home Alabama's got to be top 5. These are great entries, actually. We're gonna have to solve this by the end of the week, guys.
No, Neil nailed it. That's it. Born in the USA.
Country Roads.
I mean, I'm a West Virginia boy. I'm not a West Virginia boy. My brothers went to West Virginia, but we do like some country roads.
But country, I mean, dude, that's what they're playing at the World Cup after the games right now. So it's funny because Mexico, there's this song that they've had forever, like just super famous song forever. And at the end of the game, when they win, they've been playing it. The U.S. at the end of the game, they've been playing Country Roads, and it's pretty sick to listen to.
The national anthem.
England has been playing Wonderwall at the end of their games when they win.
So I had to ask ChatGPT.
National anthem, dude. To be honest, our national anthem, it's just kind of like,
It's awesome. It slaps. What are you talking about?
What do you mean, dude? Do you have it on your playlist?
1776, man.
Dude,
like,
you ever get in the car and put on the national anthem? Hey, let me get the aux. Let me throw on that national anthem.
I have the dubstep version, the Skrillex version. It is.
Dude, Skrillex national anthem would be sick though.
Right?
Oh.
I got what is it?
What about Born to Be Wild? I feel like that's a big American, like just makes you feel American.
Yeah, someone just put something in the chat. Where was it? Fight for Your Right, Beastie Boys. Yeah, Billy the Kid. That's a good one.
Ooh. Yeah, so far, what do we think, chat? If we had to do like a top 5. What, Country Roads, Sweet Home Alabama, Born in the USA, Free Bird.
ChatGPT said Mr. Brightside, The Killers, not patriotic, but somehow required at every American function.
Yeah, or Sweet Caroline.
So we got Party in the USA, Miley Cyrus, American Girl, Tom Petty,
Gross.
Born in the USA, American Woman, Lenny Kravitz.
Ooh, American Pie. Actually, I like that, and I like that entry. Bye bye, Miss American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry.
Wagon Wheel, Darius Rucker.
Ooh, Wagon Wheel. That one.
I don't
that
like
one makes
country
me
music, and I even know that song, and I like jamming to that.
Yeah, but it's not even Darius. It's was it Creedence Clearwater Revival or something?
CCR didn't do Wagon Wheel. No.
Dude, look it up. Who's the original singer of Wagon Wheel?
CCR did not do that.
Who was it?
John Fogerty did not do that.
Who sang Wagon Wheel before Hootie and the Blowfish came and took it over?
I don't know. Do I long this again though?
Oh, it's Old Crow Medicine Show. That's what it is. Old Crow Medicine Show. I was close. Not really, but yeah, Old Crow Medicine Show. That's what it is. I feel like if you did a balanced top 5 American songs of all time, you had to have, I mean, Sweet Home Alabama's probably in there. Maybe we should do 10, because I feel like you've got to have a couple country songs. You got to have a couple classic rock, a couple pop.
Unfortunately, you have to have country because it says country in the freaking name.
Yeah, you got to have, I mean.
You have to. Trust me, I would be the first person to say no.
A country boy can survive. Like, I mean, are we going to go back to?
Oh yeah, yeah.
The
Thank
junior?
God I'm a country boy.
go back to
Fat man
junior?
for Cotton Eye Joe. I've been married a long time ago.
Wait, aren't they a Swedish band that sing that?
Damn it.
Oh, we're about to take out new highs.
Yeah, I slept on a little long here at 8:11. By the way, slept
about,
on
like-
a little long.
I mean, what about like? Yeah, I guess Leonard Skinner or something.
By little, I took 4 contracts.
Freebird is the one and only number one. Okay. Party in the USA. Courtesy of the red, white, and blue from yeah. Oh, what's up, Rooster? The Remember the Titans soundtrack. Hey, the Remember the Titans soundtrack is actually, I mean, you talk about a great movie, but dude, the soundtrack,
What does it say?
dude, it's absolutely crushes. Na 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 na. Hey hey hey.
Straight out of Compton. There we go.
Goodbye. Yeah, well, we could put it on. We could put one of those in there.
Can we do 50 Cent in the Club?
Ooh, Grand Funk Railroad. I haven't heard of them in so long. That is a good pull. Seven Nation Army. Don't stop. I mean, don't stop believing. I mean, God, yeah. This would be a hard. We may have to debate this the entire week. Ooh, Space Jam soundtrack. The problem with Space Jam soundtrack is the best song is by R. Kelly, and you're like, oh, damn it.
Drip, drip, drip.
And the thing is, I haven't like Googled or looked at Chat GPT or anything. I'm just trying to pull all of these off the top of my head. And that
Oh, I already looked. I already had to put it in.
Ooh, I didn't. Oh, Bohemian Rhapsody.
Jordan said any Jack Johnson song.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
My brother just saw him live actually over the weekend in Maryland, Jack Johnson.
Wagon Wheel, I feel like is just such a classic too.
It is.
God,
James
so many
Brown
good-
living in America. Solid. I would also have to say CCR, like pretty much any CCR song.
What about this
Fortunate
land is
You?
your land, this land is my land.
I want to blast myself now. Like that just reminds me of like Mr. Warsh's second grade class.
Yeah, dude. For some reason, we sing that a lot.
I gotta go show
That American Girl though, American Girl, Tom
I got to
Petty?
trim up at 25 and then also 40 if we get there by the time I'm back.
But man, what else, guys? God Bless America? Yeah, of course. Whitney Houston national anthem. Whitney Houston might have been the best national anthem I've ever heard. What's up, Gary? James Brown living in America. Miami Saints. I don't know if Rough Riders anthem is going to make the top 10, but it's a good mention. It is a good. That is a good mention. Jimmy Buffett, yeah. You could throw in a Jimmy Buffett, maybe an Alan Jackson like gospel song would have to fit in there somewhere. Didn't Jimi Hendrix do a version of the Star Spangled Banner? Fly Like an Eagle, the Steve Miller Band. Oh, Jack and Diane, that's a good one. Dude, AC/DC, I feel like AC/DC's got to be in there too. If you created your July 4th like Ultimate American playlist, like these are some great mentions, guys. I may make a playlist out of what you guys are putting in the chat. American Woman, that's a good one. No Pro. Look, even No Pro. Look, we can even agree on something here. July 4th, so just bring everyone together. The Hulk Hogan entrance. Ooh, what is that one? Real American? Which AC/DC song would it be though? TNT? Back in Black? Oh, what about Kid? Yeah, did we put Kid Rock on there?
Absolutely, Kid Rock.
Neil
Going
Young rocking in the
down.
free world.
I've got a trim set at 25.
Thunderstruck. Yeah, maybe Thunderstruck. What about We Will Rock You? Or We Are the Champions. We Are the Champions. That's got to be on there, right?
All right, there we go.
We
Got
Will
Phil.
Rock You to We Are the Champions from Queen. Give
just
me
got
the
Phil
get
at
this new high day.
25,
Take this
looking
IB
for-
high for my man Brady right now.
Yeah.
Damn, I was long at 290, 293 average. Shit. I know Queen isn't American, but who's the champions?
We.
Back-to-back World War. Oh. Oh, God.
Yeah, Creed higher.
Creed?
Boom! Winner, winner, chicken dinner. That
What about
Dallas halftime show was sick.
What about Rockstar from Nickelback? Are we putting Nickelback on there? Are we putting Nickelback on the July 4th playlist?
I think you have to.
I feel like if I went to your house and you played Nickelback on July 4th, I'd probably respect you. I'd be, hey, I respect it. Oh, Michael Jackson. How did we not mention Michael Jackson in here at all?
A whole lot of Rosie.
Billie Jean?
A whole lot of Rosie is not patriotic, but it's a great song.
What about Nirvana? Is Nirvana American?
What, grunge Portland music?
Linkin Park, dude. The Linkin Park's got to be like Prince. Oh, dude, yeah. Dude, there's just been so many bangers.
Game train to 50, baby. Come on.
Yeah, Purple Rain. We can't have R. Kelly. We can't have Michael Jackson. I see the argument there, I guess. We about to get a dip on Spy? I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna get a dip on Spy here or not.
Come on. Shoot it up.
We haven't had a red 15-minute candle since the low of day. To the next like Gex draw on NDX is 700. It's another 150 points higher. What's SPX doing? Boy, SPX has so much just sitting right above us. But we're over the flip. The 7,400 is a flip spot. You guys wanted Gex, so I'm going to try to start putting more Gex in here for you guys. Oh,
Gex
Carrie
was
Underwood?
an awesome game on N64. Just
Did I remember? I remember when I bought my Xbox, it had this like graffiti skating game
Oh,
for free.
That was it was rollerblading,
Yeah, that's what I meant. Rollerblading, like inline skates.
aggressive skating, which I did at one point.
And you just
I
had to like
forgot.
skate around town and graffiti stuff. It was a weird game, but it was
It was
free.
weird. It was tight. I remember it.
I remember like after I beat my other games, I went and played that because I was like, oh wait, I have this free game I can play.
Has anyone pre-ordered the new GTA?
America by Neil Diamond. There you go, Heavy D. That's a good one too. Green Day, American Idiot. I feel like that's a good mention. Don't want to be an American idiot.
It's a great one.
Green Day is arguably the least American band. Well, they were like anti-government, right? Like anti-establishment.
See you guys in about an hour and 20. NFP on Wednesday today. Wednesday?
Thought it was on
Thursday.
No, it's on
NFP
Friday.
Thursday.
I think it's on Friday when the market's closed, right?
No, it's Thursday this week. I just looked at it.
Oh, they are giving it on Thursday. Ooh, Thursday's gonna be spicy.
All right, I'll see you in a bit.
Later,
Later, Frank.
Frankie. Welcome to the jungle. That's what they've been playing when the World Cup teams walk out. Rage Against the Machine. Yeah. Look who it is. Look what the cat drug in.
Hold on.
You don't tell me to hold on, sir.
We are holding.
No, I'm not holding. Nobody comes in here and tells me to hold on.
Oi, there we go.
He's like, I couldn't hear you though.
I couldn't hear
Hold
you.
on.
How we doing?
Sada.
What's up, dude?
He's back.
I'm back.
Jordan,
Welcome
settle it for us. What is the most patriotic 4th of July song?
No, we're creating an entire playlist because we couldn't narrow it down to like 3 or 5
I
or 10.
can't pick one, I don't feel like, but there's so many. Like Courtesy of the Red, White, and Blue comes to mind.
Yeah.
I was just listening to that out at the lake. Oh, there's so many. My brain's fried right now, to be honest. Can't ask me these questions.
Born in the USA was a good one.
Born in the USA is great.
Country Roads, Sweet Home Alabama.
There's some bangers for that.
I'm surprised Colin wasn't like Dixieland Delight.
All right, looking to fill me right up here at 40. Just got filled. I got another trim at
There's
55.
IB High.
Looking to get
You can
more
throw-
off at
You
55.
could throw God's Country in there.
Lee Greenwood. That one's been mentioned a couple of times.
The Place Called USA by Creed Fisher. Come on.
Freebird. That one, that's gotta be like that one's been mentioned enough. That's gotta be top 5.
Well, not. I'm not gonna bump more country down.
All right, my stops are in profit on this from 811. I'm not going to lose any more points on this.
Did
So-
Jordan get cute? That's not bedhead, by the way. That's just Jordan's standard.
Nah, that's just my hair.
It's just every day.
I'm just a mess.
He says, "Sir, this is a Wendy's." Shit.
Oh, buy 205, Stephen Hawkins says. It did not fill me. I have a trim at 56. It went up to 53.75.
Willie Nelson. I feel like Willie Nelson could fit into your July 4th playlist for sure.
Come on and fill me. Come on and fill me.
Yo, this could get squeezy. Anyone that shorted this morning is getting absolutely wrecked if they didn't take profit.
How much can I?
74.50 SPX is wanting to go to 74.50
All right,
by
just
tomorrow.
got filled right there at 56.50. I've got one left. So congrats if you joined in on that long. We are up nicely. And due to consistency rules, I'm going to take this off if we get up to 74. So
Dolly Parton. Oh, we didn't mention Dolly Parton yet.
actually, I need to take it off before that. I need to take it off at 65.
Which Dolly Parton song would you do though?
All right, there we go. I'm fully out. So that was along from 811, trimmed one at 824, took another one off at 840, another one at 56, and then another one at 64. We are flats. $4,500 on that eval today, halfway to goal. Actually, I am $900 away from the goal. I think we still go higher, but like I said, had to take profit.
Amazon was a runner today, huh?
Yeah, Amazon is a headline right now. Amazon could pay more for Anthropic technology under a new deal. Anthropic renegotiated deal with Amazon to one based on tokens rather than compute hours.
This is going to get squeezy, guys. And I've got nothing. I am totally flat, green
Yeah.
on all my fundeds. Just
I've been
crush that
flat.
eval. What else
400
did I
points.
do?
I was long 600 points ago.
Did anyone take that long with me? I'm very curious. We're in at 411. Or geez, not 411.
Wait
811.
a second.
411. That's 400 points lower than where we're at. Jarrett, I assume you did. Nice.
Let's go, Tommy. Built an overnight level strat. Let's go. Is it cooking?
QQQ gets over 720.
Yeah, I just got like a little buy signal on Qs.
Has a 5 profit factor. Oh shit.
It might be
That's
Windows
just-
shopping. How does the
That's really
circle?
good.
Yeah, this is what they were targeting for today, 720. Got a little Gax map there.
This is about the top. Look at those liquidity bands above us. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 of them pushing it.
Yep, all the way to 900.
Those are things
What's
to
the win
look
rate on that,
for.
Tommy? I assume
It's
lower because
also-
the profit factor is so high.
It's also cool to note, like right here, these 305 buyers right here on the books at 850, and then us having more liquidity above is a good sign that we're going to push higher.
Oh yeah.
What's up, Paul?
Hey, what's up, guys? How are you?
We're doing a lot better now than we were 2 hours ago.
Oh yeah, live and die with the market, huh, baby? I get
Live and die. Live and die with every hourly move, right?
I try not to, man. I try not to.
You can't. You have to kind of tone down the noise a little bit, right?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I try to tone it down a lot.
You almost have to. I mean,
We're going through extreme volatility. You know, I think there's good and bad in the retail market being so heavily involved in, everyday investing and trading. And a lot of it's reactionary. And so you have to deal with that. And I think that's what we deal with on a regular basis. And everybody's like reading in all the time to what they think or all this stuff. And I think we've been trained to be like that, with social media, with, Twitter posts X posts and, short form, and everybody just wants to get ahead of everything else. And so there's like these big moves here and there. But if you look, the trend over time is pretty steady in one direction. And I'm okay with that. Just got to get through it.
On the big picture side of things, Paul, just to maybe kick us off here a little bit, glad to have you joining us. When I look at this, I mean, we're basically right in the middle of this consolidation, just under all-time highs. We came down the 50-day, finally caught up with us on the NASDAQ, got there on the S&P a little bit first, but the equal weight sectors have been super strong. The other areas of the market, as semis and some of the stuff is pulled back. Mag 7s have been weak, but I don't know. I just don't see anything other than consolidation going on right now. And that's kind of why I titled the stream. Now it's been acting weird. The volatility you talked about, seeing this much volatility near all-time highs is kind of strange. But I think a lot of it is just because of how fast information and markets move now compared to any time before, with all the algorithms, all the retail people that are actively trading way more than they did even 10 years ago, 5 years ago, even at that point.
Summer, profit taking, IPOs, rotations, like all of that stuff, right? And it doesn't surprise me at all. Again, I really want to look at the underlying fundamentals of all this, where the money's going, all that stuff. Like nothing is up. Like I literally was just on something this morning where they asked me if there's a bubble in space tech. I'm like, there's one major public company that just went IPO. How could that be a bubble? It's just getting started. How is it a bubble? There's we don't have a data center in space yet. We've got a few private companies. We've got a real new public company. How's that a bubble? It's just enthusiasm, right? So we like to throw these terms around and we like to talk about all this stuff. When I take a look at SpaceX, I'm really pleased with how the IPO was priced, how it launched. Of course, a ton of enthusiasm on the way up, but you got both sides of the market, lots of volume on both sides of the market. I think it's super healthy for price discovery. And then you do need time to figure out where you want to be in it today and what your prospects are for the future. We haven't had an earnings call yet. Everybody chill out. It's been, a little bit more than a week and a half. And we've got a really solid, a market needs to have a buyer and a seller. Otherwise it's not a market. We got lots of buyers and sellers on both sides. There'll be price discovery. And now you get to do your due diligence and make an opinion. Are you bullish on this thing for the future? Or are you, not? And so I don't know. I like where we're at. Every little move, somebody asked me also this morning about what I felt about Iran. I'm like, look where we are. Oil prices are below where they were when that conflict started, and they went below $60 a barrel. And yeah, there's been like little interruptions and things like that, but there's sort of like a mandate: either stick with it or we end it, like the United States ends it. And so like, to me, that's all the clarity that I need, that the Strait of Hormuz and oil flow will continue regardless of these little blips that happen. And, you know, while it's a pain in the neck, who cares? Like things are going well, and oil's down, and top line inflation is now down. And you'll start to see that at the price of the pump. You got a new Fed chair that has said that he doesn't think that the Fed funds rate has any impact on inflation. So I think he's again, I'm the outlier here. I've done this before, right? But I'm going to say the Fed funds rate will be lower at the end of the year than it is today. That's my thought. I don't know why everybody's like super worried when we're at or near all-time highs with all the stuff that happened. We got through it, and we're still getting through it.
And we're still here.
Yeah.
Even with all the, and I mean, it's one thing to the next. We're chatting here with Paul from Leverage Shares, Themes ETFs. Make sure you go to leverageshares.com. We will mention some tickers throughout this. So just for the housekeeping part of things, make sure you go in, read the prospectus, summary prospectus, and all this, leverageshares.com. We are working with them. So just making sure we get the housekeeping piece out of the way. On the rate cuts thing, Paul, the market is calling BS on this. I mean, let me backtrack. Rate hikes. There was a lot of talk about rate hikes in the last few weeks. Bank of America, I don't want to say this about him, but some Yahoo came out and said, "Oh, I think we're going to raise rates 3 times by the end of the year."
Yeah, there's still people.
IWM made a new all-time high on Thursday.
I know they're still saying that. Like, have they done any research on Kevin Warsh, or are they just so political? You know, that's the other thing that I'll say. We have never been in a more polarizing place politically, where no matter what, you don't root. Like, there's a certain portion of America that doesn't root for progress, and they don't want to see between. They just want to go forward with a narrative that fits their political point of view. Mm-hmm. Yeah, an agenda, right? So it's like, I still see runaway inflation. We don't have runaway inflation. We've had an uptick in inflation based on the crisis in Iran, and that is predictable, right? And now oil prices have come crashing now, but they're still going forward with that. People are talking about raising the rates because they want the rates to be raised, and they want to see this happen towards the midterm elections, right? So, and that's all the commentary, and we can't even get away from it. And it's like, we have a Fed chairman who doesn't think that rate hikes are inflationary. He thinks they are pro-growth. He is also very pro-growth. So, take that for what it's worth, and then start to move forward with that. He also made a comment. I'm not going to look at one particular data point as it pops up. I'm going to look at the overall trend. Where's the trend on inflation right now? We probably peaked in May, and now we're done. It's starting to come down because top line inflation is going to drive it down. So, in my opinion, it's a lot of noise. We need material. People have to go on. I sound like a broken record. I say the same thing over and over again. I did say maybe a month ago, whoa, if we can't get this Iran thing solved and it gets to July and oil prices are still high and going higher, I'll be nervous. Well, it's almost July. Where are oil prices? I'm not nervous.
Right back to where they were.
I'm not nervous. Now, if they spike, so if they spike to 90 or 100, I'll be more nervous. If the Fed comes out next meeting and says we're raising rates, 25 basis points, 50, I'll be nervous. Then you got to really but I don't think that's happening.
I mean, do you think it's more of hey, stay positive, stay on the optimistic side until something breaks or something? I just feel like there's always something. You listen to the macro guys, and it's there's always something to worry about, but until it happens, and a lot of times that worry just pushes you higher because you have speculators on both sides of the market, and it pushes you higher.
Well, so I'm going to tell you, I got asked for commentary from one of our PR agents regarding the high amount of shorts that are in the market today, a lot in tech and a lot in some of the indexes that there's a high percentage of shorts. And, my reaction is, well, maybe that's okay, especially if they're using options and things like that to sort of hedge positions. Like, to me, that's a healthy market. Again, what I'll say is it's okay to put on protection when things are at their highs, when there's noise in the system, right? I always say, like, it's okay to go all in if that's what your stomach can handle and that you can handle that volatility. But otherwise, if you've got some healthy gains, which a lot of people have had, like a lot of healthy gains, like, why not hedge, right? So I look at the sort of, it's not like the VIX is spiking. People are putting on some hedges here and there to sort of get through all this noise. There's nothing wrong with that. I look at it from the opposite side, though, because I think things will stabilize. And I think we're going to have another leg higher. I've said towards the back end of the year, I think the markets are higher than they are today. I think the Fed funds rate is lower than it is today. And I think oil is stable, right? So I think we're going to have a really healthy market going into the second half of the year once we get past the summer. And if you believe in that, right, what's going to happen to all these shorts? They're going to get squeezed out.
They're going to have to cover. Yeah. Couple things.
Yeah.
I was going to point this out. You were talking about the inflation. Here's a graph of the core inflation rate year over year, the core inflation rate. Does this look like it's trending upward or trending downward? I mean, yes, in the last few days, or the last few months with some of this oil spike, sure. But overall, over the last 2 to 3 years, I mean, even if this is what, if I go down to like 3 years, even what is this? Is this a downtrend?
I know. Look, you had little spikes up, even in the downtrend. That's called a market. Like, it is what it is. I agree with you that it's trending down, and we've put in this arbitrary like 2% inflation rate as if that's like the holy grail. Like, where did that come from? Who pulled that out of where? Like, and why is 2% good? Why do we have to have inflation? Like, think about it. We're talking about all this AI progress and we're talking about inflation still. Like, why? Like, if AI is supposed to make everything more efficient, we should be having price compression. Like, why are we having price inflation? Like, I don't understand. Like, if I have robots running around doing everything for me and I don't have to pay a landscape, like, we should have price compression. I don't get it. But again, this is manufacturing. This is what the Federal Reserve has done over time. And I think it's great that we have new leadership in Kevin Warsh, because what he's saying is, like, less guidance. We're going to put in 5 committees. We're going to make sure that we're making decisions properly. We're going to make sure that we're keeping to our mandate. And we're going to cut out a lot of the BS and the noise. Like, that's good stuff moving forward. He's only had 1 meeting. Give the guy a chance. But my point is, look at what his track record is. Look at how he talks about the markets. The only thing that I would say is, when it comes to the Fed, we're still making purchases even on the balance sheet. The one thing that he said he was going to do was decrease the balance sheet. That's not happening. They're still out in the open market. They're still expanding the balance sheet very little bit, but no one's talking about QE. Like, that's great for growth. So I just don't get why everybody's super nervous and trying to call the top. It was a Jeremy Grantham was on CNBC. Was it yesterday? I can't even keep straight what's going on in my life because I'm all over the place. Might have been yesterday, and like Joe Kernan ripped into him. I was like, you've been wrong. You've been wrong. You've been wrong since 2010. You're telling people to get out of the market. You're telling people to get into emerging markets. You're telling people to get out of the US. Like, you were wrong. Like, and it was very combative, but like, Jeremy Grantham, he got 2 calls right, and now he thinks like everybody should listen to him maybe, but he's been dead wrong to be defensive since 2010. Think of everything you'd miss.
Yeah, and I will say, Paul, you've been spot on, at least since we've had the pleasure of having you on, you and your team. You were talking about when we got this dip back on kind of the fears, I guess, into March. We had big consolidation in the market. Technically, we pulled down and swept some liquidity, but you came on here, you came on multiple of our different shows and said, but what has changed? Yes, oil spiking. Yes, there's some fears and stuff. Something, we're resetting a little bit, but what's changed? Is the AI trade gone away? Is the need for that? We know how much they're spending on it. Has that gone away? And of course, the AI trade is what ripped us out of that little, consolidation dip that we took. And it felt bad back in March. That dip felt pretty bad, but now you look back and you go, holy cow.
Yeah.
What changed? Nothing had changed.
Right. Nothing had changed. And that's the thing. And we were able to absorb. Like, I don't like paying more for gas at the pump, but to get rid of a nuisance in the Middle East, like, I did it. My poor son, he came.
Because it's not going to last forever. It never has, right? In the past, we see these spikes happen during war every single time, right?
Yeah, my poor son came home from college. He's like, "Damn, I don't want to pay $4.10 for gas." I'm like, "Yeah, well, you're going to have to right now. Like, deal with it. Like, we're all dealing with it. Like, but at the end of the day, it was a temporary spike. I think all that's again, and then here's the other part. Everybody wants it to go right back to like $2.50 a gallon immediately. It's like, no, they got to work off the supply. They already paid for that. What they already have. They got to work that up. They're not going to give it away for free because the crude oil price that they'll buy in a month is down, right? So let that work off. I think we come into the summer months. I think all that fades away, and then again, what would worry me if oil goes from 70 to 95? In July, I'll get my guard up again because it means that we've got a bigger problem. If the committee, the Fed committee comes out the next meeting and says we're raising rates, that would be a knock to the market. That'll be a knock to crypto and all that stuff. Like, so, I think like all this noise has really hurt crypto because once there was a hawkish tone and lots of commentary on hawkish tones, crypto got hit. But I don't think there's anything changed in crypto. I don't think there's anything changed in blockchain. Like, all of that's still happening. So we just got to be really, really patient and wait for this thing to go. And people are still questioning whether there's demand for like NVIDIA. I'm like, yeah, there is. Like, I just don't get it. The hyperscalers have gone to the debt markets to pay for more NVIDIA chips and AMD chips and all, and people are still questioning it. I'm like, I get it. If you want to be a little concerned with the Mag 7, if you don't like what Meta's doing or whatever, and you want to sell it off a little bit, I actually get that a little bit. Like, if you want to be more conservative there, like, the money's still all going to NVIDIA.
Let's talk about some of that piece right there. Different sectors of the market. We talk about 2x leverage trading all the time on here, and you guys obviously have a huge list of that. You've got a bunch of thematic baskets too. Maybe we hit on some of these today a little bit. The Mag 7 though, let's kind of start there. Paul and his team, they do all kinds of research around this stuff. We appreciate them coming on, sharing the insights. Paul, when it comes to the different sectors of the market right now, the Mag 7, I guess, even though that hits half the buckets in the market, but just to start there, the Mag 7, it's been the lag 7. Maybe they get a bid coming. That's kind of my thought, is like, okay, maybe people start flowing back into some of these names going into this next earnings season. There really hasn't been much to look forward to for the last month in the Mag 7s. And the last thing they told us was, hey, we're spending more. We're spending more. And so is the market kind of discounting that right now and saying, okay, well, I still like these companies, but I don't want to just put a whole ton of new money into Mag 7 right now while they're spending and doing all this build out, even though they're still growing like crazy. Do you think the market's missing something? Do you think maybe it's just, hey, there's more attractive things in the market right now than Mag 7?
Made a ton of money, long-term holds, want to rotate in other things. Like, think about what's going on in memory, right? And that's like, we know memory is a commodity. We know that memory is in short supply. We know that they've got, pricing power, and there's major demand. So like, what would you rather do? Wait it out in a Mag 7, or maybe move some of the money over there? Like, so that's one thing. But there's other things too. Like, things got beaten up for no reason, and so people are starting to look at those things. Like, I've been talking about, like, so first of all, the other thing is people have enough exposure to Mag 7. Like, there's a lot of, most people have a lot of their money in like index funds, right? So there's a ton of people with money in index funds, whether it's in retirement plans, whatever. You're overexposed to the Mag 7. You've been overexposed to the Mag 7 for a long period of time, right? So why not rotate out into more things? We've been out there preaching to be more like specific in where you want to invest, and that there's some really great long-term themes with long-term runways for growth, right? So there's lots of spaces to go that have been beaten up. And I think it's healthy that if you've made like a good deal of profits to maybe get more specific. Again, not all Mag 7s are created equal. You've got the spenders and you've got the people that are getting the spend. So why not go into the ones that are getting the spend?
That seems to be the thing right now. It's like, hey, we have these Mag 7s they're printing money. They're still printing money. They're still growing. I mean, Microsoft, Meta, some of these charts, they don't look great, but they're still growing. They're still making tons of money. But they're telling you where they're spending all this money. The government is telling you where they're spending all this money. Is that just the most obvious trade ever? And is that, I mean, yes, it got a little bit, of concentration risk going on over the last, when you look at chips and semi and AI and maybe some energy in this whole build out thing. And that's probably what you could attribute to this consolidation up here near these all-time highs is just, hey, AMD became 30% of my portfolio. Micron became 30% of my portfolio. If you had one of those names, it's like, okay, I need to spread the love out somewhere.
Rebalance.
I can't. I have to rebalance. Is that what you think is probably kind of going on up here? It just seems like it.
100%. And by the way, you don't have to rebalance. I'm not telling anybody what to do, but there's just a lot of people rebalance, and then they go into stuff that doesn't move. Right? We talked about where the major returns from the S&P 500 have come from, and people rebalance out of those names, and then they, everybody's got their own style. Everybody's got their own investment style. So, I'm not going to tell anybody what to do. And I think rebalancing actually does work over the long term. But we're not in that. We're in an interesting time where there's a major paradigm shift in technology. And there's, there are winners and losers right now, and you don't need to be with the losers. I don't expect everybody to be, the best investor in the world, but everybody talks about Warren Buffett, right? Like, look at Charlie Munger. Charlie Munger's like, I don't own a big portfolio. I'm not diversified. Like, I'd rather be with the winners. Like, I've done my homework. I've done my due diligence. Why would I, put it somewhere else? And I remember somebody talking about this with Visa, MasterCard, and American Express. And I they were like, why do you want to be in all three? There's a clear, in their mind, I can't remember what the clear winner was, but they were like, there's a clear winner here. And that's where we're going. Like, I have to diversify across all three of those when I think that there's one that clearly stands out. Again, that's what doing your due diligence is about. And if you don't want to do your due diligence, like I said, there's thematics that will give you, a more highly concentrated portfolio in certain sectors. And we're going to probably do a better job sticking to a rules-based passive approach to get you that high beta exposure on the way up. So that's one thing you could do. Or you could go into larger indexes, and now you're just buying the market, which is a term I hate. I've said that before. Like, why buy the market? Be a part of the market. Like, capitalize companies that you think are going to grow. But you can do that too if that makes you comfortable, right? And then you'll rebalance your dollar cost average in, all of that stuff, and over time you'll do well. But you just got to decide who you want to be. But there's more of those people than there are. So there's two factors: the rebalancing guys, and then the reactionary retail investor. And the reactionary retail investor is real, and there are more and more of them. They're playing a bigger role in market moves. And then the last one that we didn't talk about is the algorithms. The algorithms are, they get a piece of news, boom, it's all in their algorithm, right? And they sell off really quickly. It doesn't mean that actually anything fundamentally has changed.
Yeah, so a couple pieces, let's unpack on that. There are tons of different investors, right, in the market. There's tons of different participants. You think about, there's got to be speculators on both sides, buyer and sellers, but a lot of people think, well, there's just a bunch of people are selling stuff. Or a bunch of people are short, or they're just selling stuff. But you also have people that are hedged, like you mentioned earlier, that are saying, hey, I'm up crazy amounts here. If I just hedge a little bit, I can risk a small amount of my portfolio on a hedge to protect and make sure I lock in some gains. I've just had a 30% run in the last 3 months or 2.5 months. Like, that makes sense. And then also the rebalancing people you talked about. Just because sometimes there's more sellers than buyers, but it's because people are saying, hey, I've got a ton of profit here.
Yep.
And that's what leads to the consolidation in the market. And then to go one step further, Paul, and get your thoughts on this, when I look around the broader market itself, because you have all these thematic things going on and these different pieces of the market going on, I look at this like the equal weight. This is the equal weight of the S&P. It's right up here at all-time highs still. If I go to QQQE, which is another equal weight version of the Nasdaq, look where it's sitting comparatively. When you look at the S&P or the Nasdaq daily charts, the equal weights, they look way better. And then you look at IWM and the Dow, both made all-time highs last week. I just, when I hear the bearish arguments out there, I look around, I see a lot of things that just don't fully agree with the fact that we're in a topping process.
Yeah, I don't either. And that's there's massive investment being made, massive money coming in. I don't see a topping process either. But again, I think the other thing that you have to look at, when there are a lot of bears, that's a good thing for upside in the market. Like if everybody was euphoric and if we weren't having this conversation, if we were like, I'm popping, I'm in Auburn, Alabama, my daughter's orientation. So
great place.
For Auburn University. Right. So if I'm here popping champagne, talking about how great the markets are, you're out there talking about how great the markets are, and everybody's talking about how great the markets are. And I go down to the stadium and the guy on the cart that's like doing the fields talking, like that's euphoria. That's when everything's great. But the fact that, I brought this up about SpaceX, there's buyers and sellers on each side of the market. That's not euphoria. There's a lot of skepticism out in the marketplace right now. That's good. That's good.
Yeah, and like you get the volatility. I think some of this volatility has been a byproduct of I just think we're in a more volatile market than we've ever been in the past because of how fast news moves, how fast retail can react to things. You study historically and you see, I talked to my dad, and back in the day, people would get the Wall Street Journal on Sunday. They'd read something and they'd be like, hey, I probably need to sell some Apple stock or something. And they're calling their broker on Monday or Tuesday, and those orders are starting to get placed through. And it's just today you can log in and do it in 10 seconds if you want. You get the headlines in 10. You're not waiting till Sunday to read it in the paper. It's just that part's different. And then a lot of this volatility I also attribute to the magnitude of the move that we made for coming out of the lows in April. It should create volatility because you are going to have people that have crazy amounts of profit that want to lock in. There are speculators on both sides. There are people that are still worried about different things, and maybe this is a bubble, maybe it's not. I agree with you. I don't. If it is a bubble, and it probably is, but to me it's still very early innings of what a bubble would be.
Dude, you don't even have to talk to your dad anymore. You could just call me. I was around, like when I first started investing in the market, man. Like I went to Melville, Long Island. I opened up a Charles Schwab account. Okay, I bought Disney stock. That was the first thing that I bought was Disney stock. About 250 shares. I forget what it was priced at. It might have been priced like $24. 250 shares of Disney stock. And then I would come home every day and I'd get the newspaper and I look, 24. Oh, it went up 10 cents. Next day, it's down a penny. Like it was ridiculous, man. Like, and you're trying to look.
I actually can't imagine that. I cannot imagine that.
Yeah, I remember it. So Paul, I remember it because when I was in like grade school, like probably 5th, 6th grade, we did something. There was this program that I was in school. I think it was called like Gifted and Talented or something. And we had to do like a little stock portfolio thing. And we had to like just learn a little bit about stocks way back then. And it was only like a select, like crew of us that were doing this. And I remember like every day I'd have to log in and I'd watch the news. I remember turning on the 5 o'clock news. My parents would come on. And then after the sports, they do a little market update. And I'd look and see, am I up or down? Am I up or down? And that was the only way I really like kept up with it. And this was probably in 2000, 2001 back then. Right, like as things were getting a little bit interesting, but even then, it was just so much slower. Even though the .com thing obviously was a one-off type of scenario, but it's so different than the way it is today. And then volatility, though, I feel like a lot of people are struggling with the volatility of things here. How do you kind of tune out the noise? I mean, you mentioned tuning out some of the noise. How do you kind of tune out the noise and just say, hey, here's the base case thesis. What is broken? What has changed? And how do you kind of stomach the big swings in the market?
Yeah, so there's two different ways that you could go about this. So when I started off my career in the asset management space, I was on the 401k side of things. Okay, I was a defined contribution specialist, and so I used to go out and deal with people who had retirement plans. And remember, back in the day, not everybody was invested in the market like in a brokerage account or DIY or anything like that. A lot of people, their only investments were in 401k plans. And so volatility was so important. So people have it ingrained in their head, right? That you want to get, slightly up and to the right over time. You want to get a healthy return and you want to minimize volatility, right? Because they were trying to keep their clients. So if they're like looking at their 401k plan and it's massively down one day, they're going to scream and yell and go crazy, right? And it's a lot different than the old pension system where it's professionally managed. Nobody even saw what was going on inside of their investments. All of a sudden people had access to it. So that trained a lot of people to think that volatility is bad. Whereas volatility is actually like your friend. Like volatility in a healthy company is good because if you bought it higher, if you got the timing wrong on the pricing and you bought it a little bit higher and it comes way down, but the fundamentals of that company are really good, you could get back in. So whenever I'm making a decision for what I want to invest in, I don't look at volatility. I look at what I'm actually investing in and what the long-term prospects of that are. And again, I've read all the books, whether it's Graham and Dodd or whether it's Margin of Safety by Seth Klarman, or whether I've read all those books. So I'm trying to train myself to not be emotional about this stuff. And if I have a really good investment case for it, I look at it. Now, I follow the news like everybody else because I have to speak about the news and I have to be informed. But then I separate what is political, what is noise, and what's actual signal. Okay, so noise is, I think AI is in a bubble. I think NVIDIA is overvalued, right? Signal is NVIDIA is getting all the money. Signal is we're still building out data centers. Signal is we're getting into agentic AI, human AI, humanoid robotic AI. We're building AI into space. I'm good with the signal. I'm not really good with the noise. So I just take the noise, I listen to it, I process it, then I apply it to the real world. And then I go, okay, this doesn't make sense to me. And I decide that I need to be more patient. The other thing that I have a little bit of an advantage of in my generation versus a newer generation that's investing is you ever hear a really fast-paced song when you're out, maybe you're at a club or at a concert, really fast-paced, but you got a little slower pace going on. You got the little, right? It's going bum, 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 but you're going, right? That's how I think about things. Everything's moving so fast. I'm going to slow it down to a little bit of a different beat. You know what I mean? And I think people have to do that. Don't react. And it takes time to learn that, right? What do they say about emails, right? You get an email you don't like, don't just shoot one off. When you're about to shoot that email off, pause, go walk out of the room.
Take a breath.
Take a breath, get a coffee. Don't reply all. You know what I mean? People are doing that with their accounts, man. They're like, oh, I got to sell. And then it's like, whoop, right back. You're like, oh, hey, what happened?
I like that. It's funny. I went grocery shopping with the whole family yesterday. I have a 5-year-old, a 3-year-old, and a 10-month-old. And what you just said, I literally had that scenario happen yesterday where me and my wife were walking and we just have our pace going aisle by aisle. My kids are like this. They're running ahead. They're running behind us. They're going to the next aisle. They're coming back. They're running around the corner. We all went to the same place. We all ended up in the same spot and we had our pace and they were just, frantic all around. That ties in perfectly with that example I think you were just given. That's kind of how the markets seem to be acting right now.
Yeah, I have a son with autism. Okay, so a lot of traders are like kids with autism in a way, and let me explain why. When he first got diagnosed with autism, I was talking to my former father-in-law who was a neurologist, and he was helping me understand what autism is. So I was sitting there talking to him, and behind him was a window, and it was summertime. The sun was shining through. When the sun shines through and there's little dust particles that you could see, right? I wasn't looking at those. I was looking at him because I was focused on him. The most important information was coming to him. And he said, the way a child with autism what they might do is, while they should be looking at me and listening to me, they're following this dust particle, and then this dust particle, and then this dust particle. And I feel like that's the way the markets sometimes, market participants operate, right? They do their due diligence. They got their thesis. They're all bullish. They have a really good long-term growth story that they're interested in, and everything's going well with that company. But then noise comes, and they follow that dust particle. And then the Fed meeting, and they follow that dust particle. And then Iran, and then oil, and they're like this, and they should be looking straight ahead. That's how I think about noise, and I try to like tune it out unless it's critically important. Like I said, I put markers in the sand. Hey, if we're still high oil prices into July, I'm gonna get a little nervous.
Well, and I like the way you went through signal versus noise there. I think that was an absolute gem, because noise is noise. But is there a signal? Is there something that tells you, hey, the thesis is broken? Nothing, something is actually changed here, versus what's the actual signal? And the signals are actionable items. The noise is more of, you're just going to get caught up and probably make a bad decision. That's where the emotions will start creeping in. And
signal is Alphabet is no longer spending capex on AI.
There you go.
Noise is they're spending too much money. like okay, don't invest in Alphabet, but like follow the money.
Yeah, or like I think, okay, we can use the Google example. So Alphabet, obviously known for their search product, right? Noise is search is dead. Signal, they come to their earnings and they have the highest daily or highest monthly active usage of search that they've ever seen.
Right.
So the noise was telling you that search was dead, that AI was killing it, right. But the actual signal is no, it's not. More people than ever are using it, and we've integrated AI into it at this point.
Right. Yeah, that's the weirdest thing I ever thought. Like, yeah, is AI taking over search? Yeah, but that doesn't mean that Google search goes away. It uses AI, right? Like I mean, it's so crazy to me how people talk about this stuff, and it's really, again, people have to make decisions for themselves, and they're going to have to decide like what's noise and what's signal. And I think we should all just really focus on that stuff. Like, it's not all betting. It's not all guesswork. You could follow the money. You could follow the investment, and you can make like really well-informed decisions if you want to. Like, if you ask me who's going to win the World Cup, that's my opinion. I have no idea who's going to win the World Cup. So you could either think I'm an expert or this or that. And I think there's that crossover. We didn't really talk about this too, between like gambling, sports betting, and the probability markets and investing. They're two different things. Like, I'm not in the probability markets, never will be. Like, I don't care what people think, and I'm not going to put money on what people think. I don't care what they feel. Their feelings don't matter to me. Like, their guesses don't matter to me. So just because Kalshi or the other one's like, the probability of Rick Reeder becoming the new Fed chairman is 65%. Well, how did that work out?
Yeah.
Not so good. So like, they're wrong all the time.
If anything, those seem to be more of like a pulse on how people are like overreacting. Like
exactly.
that, literally, I think that's the emotions of people that push those things all around.
Yeah.
And that's where those things really move.
The problem is they promote it and then people act on it because they think, again, they're not doing their due diligence. And we're in this gamified area where they're like, Kalshi says it must be true. No, it's all you. And I don't mean that like it's just like the masses never get it right.
My favorite's when they're like, oh, the odds of this have doubled. Well, they went from 5% to 10%. Like, okay, yeah, they've doubled, sure, but it's still a 10% chance of it happening. That's just people speculating or people hedging. I know people that have started using some of these prediction markets as like hedges against their other portfolio. Like it just is another way to hedge. Say, okay, well, look, if we go to World War III somehow, if we put boots on the ground, yeah, the market's probably going to not like that, but I can put this little 10% little hedge gamble on it and maybe, limit some downside that way. I don't know.
Yeah, people were hedging the Knicks in 4. If the Knicks won game 4, they were hedging on Kalshi, like restaurants. And it's like, well, they had a game 5. Like, you didn't have to do, like, just just like manage your inventory. You'll be fine. I mean, like, look, anybody's welcome to do whatever they want to do. It's not something that I plan because probability is just that, right? So like, just because you play the Mega Millions today doesn't mean that your chances of winning it tomorrow are any better because you play it again. Like, you always have the same odds.
The same
right?
odds.
So the Knicks and in San Antonio, nobody knows what's going on in the locker room. Nobody knows what's going on there. Like, yeah, I get it. I get, like, maybe in an election it's a little bit different, because if all the people in New York City who are going to vote are going on the Kalshi market and saying, I'm voting for this, I'm voting for this, I'm voting for this, well, that might give you something. But we've seen polls be wrong too. Because, like, I'm a guy that doesn't, like, somebody calls me up and like, hey, we're calling from the Quinnipiac poll. I'm like, thanks, have a good day. Oh, I don't get involved in polls. Do you? Like, who has time for polls?
No, yeah. Who's answer? It's just like when you read the reviews on like Amazon or somewhere for a product. It's like all the people that had an issue are putting in their issue on there. All the people that bought it and had no problems with the product at all, that enjoyed the product, most of them aren't going on there leaving a review.
Yeah, I agree. So it's like, you know, sometimes you like it again. I think investing is a whole different game. Like, to tell me, you know, what the odds of this stock moving higher or what the odds of, you don't know. Nobody knows. And again, I'd rather work on due diligence. And if it does go down, but I believe in the company, then I'm just emboldened to buy more.
Got a few more minutes here with Paul from Leverage Shares, Themes ETFs. Really enjoying all this stuff, Paul. It's always great having you come on here and share your thoughts and kind of keep us grounded in a lot of ways. Here's a question from the audience. How do you know if a thesis turns into a trap? And I guess that's probably, you could probably unpack that in several ways. But when you have a thesis in the market, how do you know where you're wrong? How do you kind of, I guess, navigate building the thesis and then knowing where should you pivot and say, hey, okay, this thesis is, something has changed. Maybe if you could think of an example of what is something that would actually change. You kind of gave that Google one just a few moments ago.
Yeah, I mean, like, Google's one example, but you could make the case. Like, let's say you're looking at NVIDIA, and the next quarter they come out and they say, hey, we had trouble meeting demand this quarter. Our future guidance is going to be, we're going to lessen our future guidance because we're starting to see a slowdown. Prior to NVIDIA coming out, you start to hear information from the hyperscalers that were cutting back on CapEx spending, like all those various different things. That's how I start to get signals that things are changing from an investment perspective. What do I look for? Again, memory is a great place to go for this, right? So you start to hear all of these hyperscalers, chip companies, all this stuff saying, we need memory, we need memory, we need memory. Go to the marketplace. There's like 3 major memory providers and a couple of other ones outside of that. But you got Samsung, you got SK Hynix, you've got Micron, right? And they're saying that it's tough for them to get to build capacity for the need, so that they have to, like, do more, build more. All of a sudden, you start to see money coming in from everybody. The CapEx is coming in. That's a really great place to sort of build a thesis on. Now, because news moves so fast, what are you getting? You get these sharp spikes up. So I've been doing a lot of due diligence on all of these companies and looking for entry points. Now, a lot of times people say, like, oh, I missed it. Oh, I missed it. I thought I missed NVIDIA 4 years ago. I didn't, right? I just found my place where it's comfortable getting in, managed through that volatility, got in, and it was great. Tesla, I've also said this, like, sometimes you miss the signal. I missed the signal on Tesla. I've said this. I've never invested a single dollar specifically to Tesla. I've invested in other things that more diversified things, but I've never personally invested a single dollar. I missed it. I could never get the signal on that, right? Because I was too consumed with the noise, right? So once I could get through the noise, get a deep understanding of what something's doing, form a really good solid investment thesis around that, do my due diligence, check all my boxes, kick the tires. Once I make that decision, now I'm looking for the exit signal. And if I don't get the exit signal with some of those things I just talked about before, I'm pretty good to go.
There you go. And you mentioned something else a while ago as well. The just some people just passively buying the market, the quote unquote market, whatever it is. But I feel like there are periods of time where maybe the entire market is just moving together, but it seems like there's always more like thematic things going on. Right now, that's obviously the case, that there's just thematics, and it feels like they're screaming which ones they are at you. If you missed it, are you looking at, do you say, hey, I need a consolidation? Do you look at it fundamentally? Because there's people that are obviously looking at Micron. There's people that looked at Micron at $500 a share and said, hey, I missed this thing. And it's, it's more than double from there at this point. How do you manage that if you say, hey, maybe I've missed it, but the themes are still strong, I still have the thesis of the theme itself? Do you just start trying to get in somewhere? Do you maybe create some type of basket? What would be your advice on that piece?
All right, so I'm going to tell you this: when something goes parabolic, you got to take a deep breath and you got to pause, and not because it doesn't have more to go all the time, but because there could be better days to buy. So I'm going to give you an example that's not a company, but one we talked about here, where I told everybody, like, just pause. Gold and silver, right? When it was going parabolic, I was like, pause. If you need to get yourself into a metals commodity, get in a copper. But I was like, whenever I see something going parabolic like that, it doesn't mean that the long-term thesis isn't still intact. What it means is that you're probably going to get a correction, and that's okay, right? So what I would do is, if you don't have high conviction to get in right where it is, now to me, that does look like a parabolic move, but it doesn't look like the top of the parabolic move, right? So you got to determine what you want to do. Like, do you want to get in and ride some momentum up and be really, really cautious on an exit point? Are you trading this move, or are you long-term investing this move? And if you're long-term investing this move, you might get a better opportunity to buy it later, but you might also see it go up further before it has a correction. So what are we looking at here? This is
I just want
because you just flipped.
I was on Micron, so
yeah,
here,
I thought so.
But
I'm like, that doesn't look like Micron to me.
Yeah, let me flip back to Micron, and then I'm gonna kind of parallel this with NVIDIA.
Yeah, so that's like a parabolic move in the making, and it might have a little ways to go. So I'll give you another. Stanley Druckenmiller always talks about how he got pissed when he got out of something and took a really nice profit, but traders on his desk continued in the tech trade in 1999, and he got FOMO and he got back in. And then he crashed and he lost, like, I think he said he lost like $2 or $3 billion. Don't quote me on the number, but it was a big number in the billions. And he's like, it was the worst trade I ever made because I had made my decision to get out of it and then it corrected, right? So again, when you look at this chart, I mean, proceed with caution, not because the Micron move in the long term is over, but because it's a pretty significant move up pretty quickly. And usually when moves like that happen, there were guys that bought Micron 2 years ago and are still holding it. They're going to look to take a profit at some point.
They're going to take a profit, but right now, they don't have no reason to. Micron just came out and told us for the next 3 years, like they don't plan to slow down for 3 years.
I agree with you. If I were those guys, I wouldn't sell it either. But people take profits.
Some people will, or if it becomes too big, like if they're not comfortable with volatility
too big
in
of their position, yeah.
It's like, hey, have my portfolios in Micron because I had 5 stocks in my portfolio or 10 stocks in my portfolio at a 10% weighting, and this one went up, 10x. Like, it's a huge part of my portfolio. I need to get some of it off.
And also, there's a reason why they got into it a long time ago before the trend happened, right? So they might be going, oh, Bitcoin's at 60K. I'm going to jump in that now, and I'm going to let that ride for 2 years, or I'm going to do this. Like, there's so many different things that really, really smart money does. I'm not saying. Separate the thesis and the signal, right? I believe that memory has a long way to run. I think you're going to see a lot of these stocks go way, 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 way up. But I'm just saying, if you're thinking about entering now, the most important thing you can do is find a buy signal.
So I want to go back to NVIDIA because this one, a lot of people felt like they missed NVIDIA, and back here, like if we go back into 2022, 2023, 2024, they said, hey, I missed NVIDIA. I missed it. I'm going to wait for it to come back down to get in. And if you look back here, I mean, it consolidated here, and this is split adjusted, of course, but in the $50 range. And then it consolidated up here in the $100 range. Now it's consolidating up here in the $180 range. Like, yeah, you had like a little bit of a pullback here, but honestly, the people that didn't get in somewhere down here, and said, hey, I'm going to wait for a pullback to get in, they could have just bought anywhere. And it's much, much higher now because the thesis never changed. The theme never changed. There was never an invalidation.
I agree. And there was a lot of noise, DeepSeek, no sales in China, yada, yada, yada. And that was all noise. And signal was, hey, we continue to grow. We continue to grow revenues. Remember, Jensen Huang came out and said, we're going to see our gross margin compress from like 78% to like 68% for a quarter, and then we'll be back. And everyone's like, oh, I'm selling.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, 68% margin on a $3 trillion company. I can't have that. It's like, for a quarter, I'll take that every day, right? And then it's like, boom, comes back. So again, if you were doing your checks on the actual company, you didn't care about any of the noise or any of the downturn, and you were getting back in, and you found, but again, if you go back and you look at certain peaks and you didn't get in, but then it went down, chances are you got scared shitless because you really weren't convinced about the stock, right? You were only convinced about the crowd. And what I'm saying is forget the noise in the crowd. Do your due diligence on the stock. I was buying more at every point I was coming on here and saying it. Like, where was I? I was in Tampa in February. I was on with you guys on the day of NVIDIA's earnings. And I was like, I don't care what as long as their earnings are great, I don't care. If it goes down, I'll be buying it again.
Yeah. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
When the overall theme is there. I mean, the growth is there. The thematic is there.
Yeah. I mean, we've got, I don't
AI
put a lot of
revolution
stock
is there.
into analysts, but we've got people pricing this thing at 350 and it's trading in the 190s right now. And they're not basing it on what they believe or future this or future. They're literally looking at the numbers and they're saying this is worth more. Now I know it's hard to get your arms around like 5 trillion, 6 trillion, $7 trillion company, but that's what they're doing.
As we come into the end of our time here with Paul, there is an interesting question here. Shorting both sides of a 2x ETF, which I think you guys only have SpaceX on the short side right now, but the volatility crush with the NAV erosion. These 2x leverage, just to hit on this, because these 2x leverage things have been so popular, especially with SpaceX. I know you guys have kind of an education center in here within the trading hub of leverageshares.com, but I actually had this discussion with somebody on our stock pick show the other day, and he was saying, I think there's going to be in semis, he was like, I think there's going to be some type of like vol crush here. So he was like, I'm going to short both sides. I'm going to short the SOX L and the SOX S. He's going to short both sides and try to play it to the middle. So these 2x leverage ETFs, you want to be in on a trend. You want to use those, as a trading tool. Any just thoughts and commentary around that? Because obviously, I think you could do this. What Hollis is saying here, you could short both sides of it, I guess, in theory, when things are consolidating, when volatility is getting kind of sucked out. But whenever you have this high volatility we have right now, these 2x leverage things can really be your friend for a trading tool as well. Any thoughts around just using these to I guess maximize as a trader these 2x leverage ETFs as we come to the top of the hour?
I really am not that sophisticated as a trader to talk about shorting both sides of it. So I don't want to give any advice on that. The tools exist. If I answer, I'll answer a lot of questions that come on the show. If I answer that question with my opinion, that would be noise, and I don't want to subject your audience.
I love that. No, I
to
love
noise.
That.
I'd rather than work on signal. So, and if you want to send me exactly what they're doing and I could look into it and talk to our PMs about it, I could give you a better analysis of it, but I don't want to be part of the noise.
No, I think it's super respectable to identify that and say, hey, I don't want to just throw an opinion to throw an opinion. That's why we respect you so much, Paul. I love that piece. 2x leverage ETFs, you guys have been absolutely crushing it. The SpaceX one, you mentioned there's a ton of speculation on both sides, and that was really healthy. The numbers are insane. You guys have just seen absolutely insane numbers on these things, right?
Yeah. So it's just on Bloomberg television here. They just posted the 2x SpaceX race, and SPCH is on the long side is at the very top of the charts. Over 6.5 billion in volume, over 514 million in flows, and I can tell you nobody's even got flows above 200 million besides us. We have the largest market share, 60+% of the market share on volumes across the board, turnover, all of that stuff. So we're really happy with the performance of it. We think people are resonating not just with leverage ETFs, but they're resonating with our leverage ETFs and the fact that we try to keep costs in line as one of the lowest providers on the street, or if not the lowest, at 75 basis points. So yeah, we're super pleased with it. We're killing giants out there. So and we don't see it's like
rushing it.
Yeah, we see both sides of the trade, so it's really great.
These are great tools for traders. And I also want to just mention the fees that people put on these things, because a lot of people, that's the first thing, like, well, what am I being charged here? You guys have the most competitive, if not the best, fee structure, I think, in the entire what is it, market? I call it market.
Yeah,
in the industry.
Sometimes by half or more than half. And, there was a comment that I read by somebody else that said, because people don't hold them long, it's practically free. I was like, nothing's free, bro. So
no
like, yeah, there's no free lunch. So anybody don't believe that. Like, price matters, fees matter. Anyway,
I know you're out of time. Power bottleneck for AI. Still very bullish.
I am. I mean, again, yeah, I'm so what does it say? What about the power bottleneck for AI and how that can affect the overall AI market? What it can cause to happen, and what ripples can come from it. I can't make sense of what he's trying to get from that last line.
Are the bottlenecks going to create a problem, or are they just going to continue to help push prices? I think that's the way I think it's going to.
So I think it's going to help push prices, and what it will do is ultimately create the demand to increase for capacity. Like, most people will not. One of the most scariest things you could do as a business owner, I don't care if you're in a consumer goods product or anywhere else, is create capacity where there is no demand and have over capacity, right? So like, there's no oil shortage. We got fossil fuel at current capacity for 86 years, yet sometimes we say, oh, we're at a capacity crisis. No, we're not. We just control the capacity, right? So there's been a control for capacity, but as demand increases, capacity will increase. Same thing with memory. This is the most entrepreneurial, innovative country in the world. Technology is the most entrepreneurial, innovative sector in the world. Where there is demand, capacity will be created, but it won't be created so fast that it will have price erosion. When that happens, that is a signal. When you start to see price erosion, that is a signal. But right now, we're not anywhere close to that.
It's all noise, no signal right now.
Yep.
Well, I really appreciate you. I know you got to jump here. Brazil, Japan just kicked off here. Any predictions on Brazil, Japan?
It'll be a great game. You know what?
I think it will be a great game.
Without this is all noise, I'm going to take the opposite side of this. I'm going to take Japan. They have been.
I don't hate that.
Fans have been so happy in America. They've been eating ribs in Texas. I mean, I've never seen anything like it in my life. They deserve a win. I'm going with Japan.
I like it.
Japan to upset Brazil. Japan has played very, very well. I watched them play the Dutch in that first game, and they played super well. 2-2 tie in that game. They've played very strongly this entire time. So it'll be interesting. Paul, appreciate your time.
With no real reason to do that. But anyway, have a good one, guys. I appreciate it.
You too, Paul.
Take care. Happy trading.
Take care, Paul.
Bye-bye.
Paul from Leverage Shares, Themes ETFs. We've shown the website there a little bit for you guys. We love having him come on, share his different thoughts, perspectives from himself, from the team over there. They're doing heavy research into a lot of these different things across the market and giving us free insights. So appreciate that. We did just kick off World Cup, so that's got half of my attention for the rest of the day. But I'm up on the day, and we'll see. We're still just floating higher. The way I saw this morning playing out was similar to what we're seeing right now. It's anybody that shorted this morning is getting absolutely squeezed, and we haven't even had a red 15. We should get a red 15-minute candle at some point, but the question is from where? From where? And is ES just going to go ahead and finish the move and maybe get up there and take out IB high before we get the pullback? But if you look at NASDAQ NQ, it just keeps going. But look at this 15-minute chart right here. Jordan, you see this?
Oh yeah.
Just green. I mean, you got to have a red candle in here somewhere.
Cooking. I mean, here's the thing: we have an over 96% chance of taking out the high or the low on ES. We're way closer to the high. We still haven't taken out a high a day or low. I think we're just gonna drift into that high to the end of the day. But maybe they just hold it and don't give you either. That does happen sometimes, but it's just such a low chance that I'm not gonna expect it.
Colin said, back to the most American song debate. We should ask Paul. We should ask Paul for his July 4th playlist. We'll have to
That would
do
have
that
been a
next
good,
time.
yeah.
Yeah, Paul is great. He does come on Stocks on Spaces usually about once a week as well. Share some insights and thoughts over there. But tell you what, I mean, nobody's right all the time. Nobody. But being, you know, pretty strong and convicted and getting the main thesis and trends and stuff, you know, properly, I guess you have to execute on top of it. But just as far as just overall reading the market, the analysis, and the noise and thesis thing, I thought that was an absolute gem that he went through there.
Yeah.
What's up, Joe? See you in the chat hanging out with us. We can drop Joe a link if we wanted to. I don't know if we got him. I don't know if we got it sent over to him. We're just grinding higher. I mean, negative gamma on QQQ takes us all the way to 725 actually, which is we're at 721 right now. SPX is in positive gamma, but it's just hanging out.
Yeah, Colin, it's always healthy to have loud bears in the market because, I mean, think about every time the market has really like came in and had that topping action on it, and it's not when everybody's calling for it. It's when everybody's super euphoric, like he's saying, when everybody's just like gun-ho, popping champagne bottles and things are ripping, you know, and everybody thinks that it can just continue, which you have those times in the market. That's when it's scary, right? It's not scary when
people
bears are loud on the timeline
anymore.
Yeah, I know there's liquidity.
Shorting is when it gets scary.
Yeah, if there's bears still shorting, we're good. We are good. The second it's like, oh, everybody's just gun-ho long and super euphoric, that's when it's like, okay, I don't know if I want to be with the herd right now. Might want to start thinking about just being cautious here. So yeah, it's kind of the opposite of what you'd initially think. But like he said, the masses tend to lose, right? So do you really want to follow the masses? Probably not. So yeah. We're about to take out world high. Let's go take out high today. Fuck it. Fuck it.
I do disagree with Paul on one thing. I don't think Japan are going to pull off this upset, but I do think they're going to give Brazil a really tough game here.
Yeah, man, them Brazilians are tough.
Just so much talent. Just can they put it together?
I know.
Japan, though, Japan is just they're talented, but they play really well together. They've played really good this entire tournament. They're trending up and to the right.
Yeah.
Riding high into the 4th of July. There you go, June. June, I saw your other comment while ago. Just want to say congratulations on that Micron buy that you had. I think Japan actually beat Brazil in a friendly like 6 months ago or something like that. But friendlies are friendlies. I think this can be a really good game. Where are they playing? Is this in Houston?
Not sure.
Yeah, Houston Stadium. I've watched enough World Cup. I almost recognize the stadiums just from the structure of the front row. H-Town. Them swingers and them bows. Anthropic's Claude models now available on NVIDIA GB300 Blackwell Ultra and Azure. I want to find another trade today, but unless we consolidate and go sideways, or get extended upside. Like, I just don't see one. Or we roll over like late in the day. I just don't. Does not look like that type of day today.
No, just slow grind it higher into the highs.
Yeah, it's hard for me to get involved like anymore.
It was always a long.
Wow. All right. Well, my landscapers are on my roof right now.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah. It's like they give me 0 heads up.
Orb high here. Yeah, rip it to high day, ES. Get nasty with it.
It was the gain train.
The gain train.
It's just gonna go right to 30.
He just fired a shot off this dude's face. Do you hear the gain train? And I just see us just going, floating higher.
Yeah.
Floating higher.
Just buy the 14 SMA. Throw that on your 1 minute chart. Every time it goes down to it, buy it.
See.
Oh, we're just going to 30K, aren't we?
Oh, yeah. ES needs a high, bro. Oh. I feel like I aged 5 years on that trip.
How much more can this squeeze? Probably can squeeze more than what drawdown you can handle. We are up right around like 2% on the day.
I think ES has room all the way to 496.50, which is Wednesday's high of last week. Thursday didn't quite get to that high, but we made like relative equal highs at that area, and we have a big daily gap there that I want to see us test. So overall, if it's going to stretch, it's going to stretch to there, in my opinion. It's untapped daily for value. I want to tap it.
I feel like SPX could, if SPX, like, most likely it's going to go up here and like test into this gap again and then maybe pull back, but it's tested this like area a few times now. I feel like if it gets over this, like, it does just full on squeeze.
Yeah, agreed. There's also, if we break IB high, there's really high chances we at least go see that 0.1 extension. I think there's also high chances you see 0.2. So 91.67% chance you see the 0.2, which is like, I don't know. Let me see. That's like 505.50 on ES. It's well up there.
It is a holiday week. Could melt up all week. That is obviously one of my base cases. Yeah, America's turning 250. Like, come on.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Nvidia's up 1%. Apple's not doing anything. Google's about to make a new high. Microsoft's doing nothing. My internet's not doing anything.
Yeah, hard for me to
look at
click.
Broadcom.
I'm really trying to.
God, Tesla, what a fuck.
Wow, Tessie.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Here's your IB high.
Damn it. I was long so far ago. We absolutely sniped the low of day, but did not hold it. Ooh.
Boom, ripped
Almost.
it. There it is.
There's your IB.
Yeah, let's see if we reach the 0.1 extension, which is sitting at 497.75, and that daily for value gap starts at 496.50 that I'm watching as well. If we're gonna stretch, it's gonna be there to me.
There she goes.
She's
SPX
stretching.
SPX breaks over here and it's in a gap.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
There's
look at
30K
this.
on NQ.
Fucking monster. Fucking monster. Eat it up.
I do have a fib 027 in case anybody needs one.
Nice call, bro. Dude, it's not even me. I'm just reading Edgeful data. Just follow the data, baby. I mean,
Dude, you should post that.
nothing special.
Since-
I did.
since you
I'm gonna
watched-
post that. Yeah.
Yeah, since you watched that, can you post that one since you understand that one a little bit more than I do?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I tried to get some posts out while you were gone.
I saw ya. We'll get back on it. I'll get them.
Did a little shout out thread yesterday. It went did pretty well.
Don't worry. Our analytics will be shipshape again soon.
Did you see the you know that what's that girl's name that did the pointing thing? I know you used it. I
Yeah,
had
that
to use it
was
again.
good. I
Dude,
saw
use it
that
again when I'm
one.
logging and somebody goes short against me.
That one was good. I like that one. Boom. ES.
I don't even know her name.
What a dog.
Also, I've been testing out Polymarket on the restream instead of on OBS.
Is
I
that
don't know
what
if you
this
noticed
is?
that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm with it. I know you
It
can
takes away kind of our code wolf thing, but
It looks clean though.
and if there's like a fifth person, it gets a little close to him.
Yeah.
Sophie. Oh yeah, Sophie. Sophie Cunningham.
Stretch, yes. Stretch.
All
kinda
right,
hope
I'm not
Japan
trading
score-
this. I can't do it. I can't do it.
I haven't been able to do it in a while. And you found a really good opportunity in there.
Yeah, I'm gonna step out. I don't know if you guys can hear this like weed whacker going on back here, but
No, I can't.
okay.
Cannot,
Yeah,
but
it's going crazy outside. These landscapers are going nuts. So I'm gonna step out a
Good.
little bit.
no worries.
I hope Japan score a goal first and then Brazil just pound on them. just all kinds of action. Oh man.
More power. More power.
High for long gore.
Mm-hmm. Oh, they're about to tap into this daily gap. 0.1 extension.
Dude, this thing goes to the all-time high. Everybody's gonna look real dumb when they were shorting right at the 50-day.
Yeah.
Real dumb. Spy has this Phantom Wick still. I mean, I can't even look at that. I gotta look at SPX. We want to remind everybody, Seeking Alpha is running a big sell across the board for their premium for the alpha picks or both. I think if you do both, it's like $250 off. If you do research, you're looking through stocks, all that good stuff, seeking alpha, check them out. There's 3 links down below in the description for those 3 different sells that they have going on. Trending news.
OG. I always use Seeking Alpha.
Some good stuff on here. Rocket Lab to acquire Iridium.
Just
That's what
like
we were talking
I don't
about a
know, it
little
was
bit
always the
earlier.
go-to when I first started trading, and it's just like the easiest place to find out like what a company is actually doing, you know what I mean, and everything under the hood.
$27 in cash plus Rocket Lab shares for each Iridium share for a total implied value of $54 a share. Wow. Midday need to know. What else was the midday need to know on here? Comcast to spin off NBC Universal and Scott and every time Brazil get in the like front of the goal, like you almost have to watch. Supreme Court defends Fed independence. Rejected a 5-4 decision to immediately fire Cook. British American Tobacco cuts global workforce.
Look at those relative equal highs, Tommy, from Wednesday, Thursday last week. We're about to run right into those. Look at that.
Pockets ain't empty, cuh.
Fuck no, cuh.
Well, somebody typed that in the chat earlier. And I was just like, yes, we got the fast and pure. Pockets ain't empty, cuh.
Shit. I'm about to watch all that shit again. It's been too long.
Dude, we were just talking about it last week too, because Casey
Yeah.
was like, Casey said he loved the like Tokyo Drift,
Mm-hmm.
which I liked that one, but I didn't like it at the time. I didn't like it until like much later.
At the time, I feel like a lot of people didn't like it because you're like, wait, it's not the crew. It's not the normal crew.
Yeah, it was
you
just
know what
a
I
whole
mean?
different. Yeah,
It's
it
like
was
a whole
it was
different
a
thing.
weird-
But you learn to love it. You know what I mean? You learn to love that
like
one
I mean,
at the
I
same
watched
time.
it and I was like, I like it, but I was like, but it just doesn't fit. Like, what's the? And then they came out. You know, when the 4th one came out, they went back to like the original storyline. I'm like, okay, I like this way better. And so then I just never paid attention to Tokyo Drift until like much later. And then now like I'll randomly, like I almost watch it as a standalone instead of like, you know, watching it in line with the others.
Yeah.
They did connect some dots later though. I think in like the 5th or
They
6th
did,
one.
yeah. They reference what's his
Because
name?
like,
I forget
was it
his
Han
name.
or whatever?
Well, Han, but they also reference the American guy in one of
Oh
the
yeah,
like, later Fast and Furious movies. Yeah, Fast 7 might have been when they tied it in. I don't remember. I don't think I've watched past Fast and Furious 7. Because there's like an 8 and a 9, I think, but I think they got weird with it.
One of the last ones I watched, they were like jumped from one skyscraper to another, and
That was 6, I believe.
they were doing like Interpol with like over in London and stuff.
Yep, that was 6 or 5. No, definitely not 5. No, that was Fast and Furious 7. That was 7.
7, I think 7's probably the last one I've seen.
I think I started to watch 8 and I never finished it. The Fate of the Furious.
They went to space. God, which one's
Yeah,
that?
bro, like that's where it gets. Yeah, like bro, come on now.
It's like there's like Toy Story 5. There's no chance I'm watching Toy Story 5, even with my kids. I watched the first one the other day with them.
Apparently, there is a Fast 9, the Fast Saga.
I honestly think the second one was probably my favorite one of all of them. The second one and the 4th one. Too fast. Too furious. I'm too fast for y'all, man.
Yeah, that one's good.
Did Ludacris too?
Oh my god.
That's when he like became a movie, like a movie star, basically at that point.
Yeah, bro. He was cooking.
What was that? What was that? Act a Fool. That's what that song was called.
Act a fool.
That was such a great song. You just came home from doing a bid. Tell me what you gonna do.
Damn, they slapped it right before those highs. Go take it.
Right off of 30K.
Mm-hmm. Animals.
Right at the level too. Talking about gats, traps, cops, and robbers. It's 911. Please call the doctor. What a song that was too from Ludacris back in the day. You think
Back
12
in,
gonna catch me? Give me a break. Supercharged with the hideaway license plate. What if Toy Story 5 had Vin Diesel? Well, no, I wouldn't watch. I like Vin Diesel, but I would not watch.
There's also some like after Too Fast, Too Furious, there's like it's like a 6-minute short film, but it shows how Brian like, turns into a fugitive. And it's just like it's so important to the story, even though it's 6 minutes. It's called Turbocharged Prelude.
They had to like connect dots with that. I remember that.
Yeah. There's like little.
I played it in
things
the
like that
theaters.
the
I remember
saga.
they like. I think they played that in the theaters, like after all the credits.
Yep. That's why you can't leave early.
Anyone put Ludacris in their top 20 GOAT rap? I think Ludacris has to be up there just because of how big he was.
Yeah.
And so like Ludacris and Nelly, when they were on their like peak run, they're like what changed it from everything that went gangster rap at that point, and they like pulled it back to like party rap.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I kind of kicked that off, and then like it evolved a little bit further into like Little John and the East Side Boys and all them, and then like the crunk music like movement and all that. But you came way back into like more like of the hip hop party thing instead of like the gangster rap, which are both good.
AI
but
can already make films. AI can already make.
Dude, there's an app that like has all these like AI. They're almost like it's almost like it's not really even a series. I guess it's kind of a series, but it's more of like it reminds me of like a novela, like a novela in Spanish, but like it's all AI and it's in English. Yeah, Busta Rhymes did too. Mac Miller. Colin, I agree with you on this. They're commercial breaks. They're not even water breaks. The argument that they're making, the argument that they're making is that they have to do the water breaks everywhere because otherwise it wouldn't be fair. I think it should be weather based only, but whatever. Yeah, Wiz Khalifa. Dude, we can't even like get past the EMA 9 right now. Jeez. A good day to have World Cup on. God, I mean, look at these power candles. Look at AMD. Look at this power candle on AMD on the daily. ASML going back into a gap fill. Micron, look at that massive bottom wick. All right, where's my mods? I had to add some mods last week, Jordan.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Are you getting some weird shit in the chat?
Oh, we keep getting spammers or...
That's a good sign, I guess.
Ooh, new high, new high.
Take out the high, take out the
On
high.
Bookmap, there's nothing until 87
On
NQ 087. Goal.
No.
Japan.
Japan.
Los Nipones lo están haciendo. Agazapados querían la contra. Encuentra un boquete por el medio del campo en carril inferior. Y avanza Kai Susano.
All right, time to bet on Brazil.
Yeah.
This is what I was waiting on. Buy the dip on good teams.
Buy the dip on good teams, baby.
That was awesome. I'm buying the dip. I'm buying the shit out of Brazil, though.
Poly
I'm buying
market
the
odds.
dip.
Look at that. What we got? Ah.
I'm logging in right now to buy the.
What do we got, baby?
Brazil plus 255 or
Oh.
plus 210 for the tie. Well, they can tie and then go to shootouts. It's weird, but you can do. Where's the Brazil plus 105 to qualify, and it's 105 for them to win no matter like qualify and pass on. So like if, for example, if they tie and go to shootout and Brazil wins, like that's what qualifying means. But there you can still tie, which is kind of dumb. But all right, I'm putting Brazil plus 250, and I'm putting Brazil plus 105 to at least qualify, even if they tie and go to
Brazil. This is Brazil. Just reminds
All right, I
me
have
of
a
that
fib
Fast and
extension right
Furious
here, and I have, gosh, but I have a
Oh, new
SPX
high?
going into Gapville. How the hell do you even
into
do?
the fair value gap. Tap into it.
I'm tempted
Tap
to
into
sell
it.
one right here on NQ, but I don't want to get ran over.
Tap into it.
Bookmap has stuff all the way to 87 is the next.
There it is. There it is. Here's the 0.1 extension on IB. You have a 91 something % chance of going to the 0.2, which is like 505.50, I think. Juicy. How fucking juicy.
Where do you even... Does this just squeeze on SPX? Is that what's happening here? $74.50 is the biggest gamma area on SPX for tomorrow's expiration into the month. This thing could drop all the way back down from here.
Yeah, first reaction of hitting that gap.
Could go all the way back to like 840. But if it goes over here, it's scary because then it's squeeze city. God. I love how Japan plays, though. They play so good. What did I say? That was exactly what I said. I said I want Japan to score first so that Brazil just pounds all over them. We just get an exciting game. I also feel like you could just short here and hold. It's a little bit too early in the day. The goalie for Japan was actually born in New Jersey. But he grew up in Japan though. His dad's from Ghana. Obviously, his mom's Japanese. I want to just short a little bit. What's the both teams to score total goals? This game could be 4-2 by the end. This might turn into a very boring day. I tried a little light short here. Let's see if I can get filled on a little bit more.
Vinicius, hay que pegar la puerta. Cuidado, la perdió Casemiro. La perdió Casemiro. Hombre contra 4. Se le va a quedar de esa manera. Y sin embargo, con todo y todo, logró forzar el servicio de manos y ganar tiempo. Y Casemiro, perdón, no sea la pérdida de Casemiro, no es Vinicius, y véanlo, el 90% de las pelotas que ha tocado, creo que el 95% de espaldas. Ahí termina por ser un futbolista, vamos a decirlo con respeto, común y corriente. Contrario a que si te recibe perfilado, es top del mundo, sin duda. Es que Rafa, ya Brasil no tiene esas grandes glorias. A ver, no señalaste a los dos laterales, ya no tiene eso. Pero ya no tiene. Recuerda lo que nos daba hoy, pensé que era con gol y todo, ya lo quisiera. De un Ronaldo Nazario ni hablamos, ¿no? O sea, hoy no tiene esos nueves.
I think you just pause here probably and consolidate. And then, I don't know, maybe you get a move back half the day, but you're just already up decent amount. We're getting close to, I need to go make some breakfast. Thank God for World Cup. This is gonna be a boring afternoon if we just do this. Brazil looks slow. Well, so the Japanese team is very, very athletic actually, but it's like Casemiro and some of the Brazil's midfield doesn't impress me that whole lot. I mean, they're experienced players, but they're not like super commanding players. Casemiro's on the back end of his career. But they just have so much talent up top and a solid defense overall. The goal was kind of weird. It's almost fluky. What do the prediction markets have Brazil, Japan at right now? What's going to happen is Japan's going to keep creeping forward like this, going for a second goal, and they're going to get caught out. But that will open the game. If it goes 1-1, the game might go wide open after that. I do respect that Japan actually goes for it. They don't just get a goal and park the bus. Are you shorting up here? I just took a very, very light short on NQ and ES both. Very, very, very light. Just see if we can get a little revert back if we top out up here. But I don't see any like strong confluence for me to actually put on a short trade though. Why might a stock continuously get smacked down at a price? So I mean, it could be evaluated. It could be so many things. It could be a valuation thing. Could just be a psychological thing, like $10 or $100, things like that. Can be a profit thing. I feel like there's a lot of reasons it could be. It could be a valuation thing, just saying, hey, this company's not worth more than 100 billion. There's not worth more than 5 billion, whatever. Maybe the numbers just don't add up. Oh, it could be a whole lot of things, right? Could just be positioning, market maker positioning, or institutional positioning. There's a lot of, there's way too many factors to just point one out. Advance is 50-50. Yeah, that's the one I like more. I don't know. I don't know that Brazil wants to go to a shootout with Japan. I think they'll push to win it. Guarantee we see Neymar in the second half if it's still 1-0.
Look at this. Look where we are. Unbelievable.
All right. Tell you what, if we go much higher though, you really do run into like squeeze. About to be halftime. Oh, let's go. Let's go. 5 gifted memberships. Shout out to Nate. Nate been around for a while. Let's go. What's very, very light? Right now, 1 micro. Force was never going to get any love. The only thing you missed, well, Nate, I guess you missed a couple things, but only thing that you really missed were we had a debate on the most American songs ever, and we said we were going to we were trying to make the like ultimate July 4th playlist of American songs. I also paper handed along from Almost Exactly Love Day. Didn't expect to be up, 700 points or whatever it is. Crazy. How was work though? Pan W chart is crazy. This is the one I talked about like when I was trading it back here, because I was like, man, this huge consolidation here. Boy. It's all right. I have CrowdStrike exposure. This CrowdStrike just looks amazing. Oh, heavy D. There we go. Even more people joining the Wolf Pack. Guys, make sure you like and subscribe to the stream. We're almost 5,000 subscribers. Turn on notifications as well. We just go live whenever the market goes live, but that does help push us out in the algo a little bit more. So help us grow. We appreciate you being here, hanging out with us. There you go, Nate. Well, hey, keep that steady income as long as you can. But once it starts costing you more money to go to work than it does to stay at home, then you have a little decision to make. Heavy D is the man. ES might extend here to like 10 more points higher. Unless it just rejects the whole number. What's the next game today? Oh, that's right. Yeah, Germany, Paraguay. The Netherlands Morocco game, I'm really excited for tonight as well. What's the over or under on goals? Over 2.5? Yeah, I'll take that. Where's Rooster? Rooster, is this your alt asking for yourself? Rooster's in here on his alt. All right, let's see. Let's see if these shorts play out here. I mean, I'm in a very light short, but I don't have enough confidence to like take a real trade on it. SMCI's office has been raided by Taiwan. Taiwan raided SMCI's office. Holy shit. Holy fuck. Something about chip smuggling. God bless. SMCI just got. Oh my God. What kind of headline is that? That's a wild headline. I mean, you got to think about like the pricing on these chips and the demand and everything for them. There's probably a lot of black market stuff going on. Oh, I'm gonna go search for some food real fast. I miss anything? No. Yeah, this looks like it wants to push higher, doesn't it? I'm trying to make some food so I can watch the second half. Be right back.
Como entre especie de interior media punta, evidentemente con, mira, ahí está Casemiro, Guimarães y Cuña, que tendrá en la medida que sean profundos que cargar en área para acompañar a la gente, pero parece fungir como un interior sin alterar a Ancelotti la estructura, es decir, improvisando un poco la posición del hoy futbolista de Manchester United. Vinicius puede meter el servicio, lo hace media altura, la baja Hendrick, pero la baja para un rival. La salida a toda potencia de Maeda va descolocando Maeda. Solta para Labor. Y otra. Qué velocidad la de Maeda. Con qué capacidad en la conducción va llevando la pelota. Nunca baja el ritmo. Y cuando tiene un anillo, ella no es el mismo de hace 4 o 5 años. Pues este tipo de
Still nothing? It was a Bloomberg headline, so they're still waiting on the rest of the details of that article, by the way. I'm just making some eggs. Sentirse cómodo si tiene que abandonar la zona y venir a participar de la generación del juego, pero al final de cuentas no es un volante interior. Vamos a ver qué tanto Brasil escapa. A ver, de nada te sirve tener 2 goles y ahora no los abasteces. Caliéntate, pero caliéntate. Henry, se hizo el milagro para Vinicius en el fondo de Suzuki. Conforme lo que decía Rafa, en la zona en la que juega en su club, Hendrick se recarga mucho sobre el ataque por derecha de Brasil. Y ahí queda perfecto para un recorte y un disparo a su pierna izquierda. Ojo, 3 contra 4, la velocidad. Marquinhos se rehace bien y toca sobre Alisson Becker. Alisson que se tuvo que reinventar después de un grave error en una final de Copa de Champions League. La recuperación que hace Renzo Duan. Reventando sobre Douglas Santos por el medio del campo completamente solo. Nadie apretó a Camara, que se apoya en Taniguchi. Tomiyasu, jugando la bola. Gonzalo viene al frente, tocadito. Este es Kai Shusano, el autor del gol. Atrás para All right. I'm here. I got food. Colin, this is my breakfast. You can eat eggs any time of day. Tell me you're not going to Waffle House at noon ever? Oh. But it's 12 o'clock for me. I'm hungry. I don't have time to do anything else. What a save. This looks like a flag to go higher, honestly, on the 5 minute. How did that not go in? Oh my God. How is that not a goal? Oh, he was wide open too. Japan should have just counterattacked that. Dude, it went off the guy's back and the keeper just blinked and it hit him. Oh my God. What, it hit the guy in the face? Oh yeah, he saved it with his face. The poor keeper didn't know what to do. That was wild. No, I'm not long. I am short, very light from right here. And I'm eating some food, watching Japan, Brazil. Hey, sorry, Rizzo. Casemiro.
Casemiro, el hijo predilecto del técnico Ancelotti, la manda en un remate de cabeza al fondo del arco y Brasil lo espera.
I mean, you kind of knew it was coming at this point.
Está de vuelta en el juego. Con la jerarquía, con el amor. Pelota detenida tan relevante.
Is he offside? No.
Segundo poste sorprendente porque la realidad es que había tenido, y ya lo decía yo hace un par de minutos, un sobresaliente partido.
Holy shit. Oh, I thought they scored again. What a save. Oh my God. Off the post? Woo, what a game this has turned into be. Whew.
De identificarlo, pero el equipo vuela la pelota ahí porque podría haber controlado más cómodo aquí la intervención de la tecnología, confirmando que no existe posición adelantada. Y fue Magalhães, no Russo, que se le puso la pelota ahí en el segundo poste a Casemiro.
The closest we've gotten to a pullback in 4 hours, 3 hours. 4 hours.
Es como si comenzara de nuevo. Ahora no tenemos un ganador. Es casi una hora de juego. Y uno de los dos avanzará a los octavos de final. El otro irá de regreso a casa. Debe ser necesario 90 o más. Acá está la mano en ofensiva de allá se vuelve. Y podríamos ir a los penaltis. juega Vinicius. Todo lo contrario a lo que fue el primer tiempo, que jugaba en la posición que ahorita está Douglas Sánchez.
Yeah, I think this is going to make one more leg up and then crash back under. Dell's having a really good reaction to that SMCI news.
Posibilidad para el arquero para poder salir esa pelota, es una pelota cruzada y después el cabezazo, frentazo y martillazo de Casemiro, una de sus grandes virtudes. Yo decía lo de Cunha, ¿no? Jugando un poco más adelante, me parece que tiene que ir a forzar a esa línea defensiva, a de repente a fijar a esos tres hombres, que uno se sobre, que los otros dos vayan con los dos delanteros de Brasil, y a partir de ahí vas a encontrar ese duelo individual de Vinicius que te puede marcar diferencia por la banda. Va a sonar con la divinidad, cuidado que pica a favor del japonés dentro del área. Mira, eso ve que antes de que llegara Tyson Maeda, jugador del Celtic. Velocidad de Maeda. Ahí claramente vimos lo fácil que le resultó superar a Marquinhos, pero está muy atento, un experimentado Alisson.
All right, Jarrett, my man. Billy, yeah, you're all good, brother. Especially on a slow day like today. Whoa. Well, I'm short a total of 3 contracts from a 21 average. And on ES, I have 3 contracts from a 96 average. Oof. As I said, if Brazil scored, this game would go wide open with both teams pushing. Game's so much better in Spanish than it is in the English. Two changes coming. Should be getting near the hydration break, right? Neymar? I don't see why they wouldn't. Problem is, who do you take out for Neymar, though? Because really, it's their midfield that's been shitty.
Saltan rápido al centro para buscar esa incorporación por carriles centrales. Lo están metiendo, cachean por puñón.
Billy, what what ticker Oh, FRMI. Right. I mean, but here's the thing. Yes, this looks good. But there's a difference between this looking good with no revenues. Unless it has a crazy reason, like I think you're gonna have to get, and I don't have the answer to this, but I think you're really gonna have to get into the fundamental like picture of this. But unless they have a major inflection point, this is the type of chart that usually just comes up and fails. If they have a major inflection point, this is the type of chart that could get a nice, move from here. I think the only way to answer this, just hypothetically, whatever. If I was talking to my little brother, I don't have a little brother, but if I was telling my little brother how to manage this, I would say it just doubled from basically $5 to $10. I don't think that I would add on a double right here personally, but I don't like to trade these type of stocks, so I'm not like the best person to ask on these, but there's major resistance here. When you look left, major resistance at the $10. I would feel way better if this thing went to $12.50 and then came back and held $10.50 or 10. That's the way I would think, like a breakout retest. Similar to what just happened. But the thing is, from the fact that it made this move already makes me not want to double. But I don't know anything on the fundamental thing. If there is a major inflection where the company's like going to be, or they're guiding to be profitable by the end of the year, something that would cause people to re-rate this thing. That's what I mean by that. So like a major inflection point would be like something in the narrative is changing. There's more profits are coming, or they're going to turn a profit for the first time in their history, or they started making real revenue that makes them more. I mean, right now you have a $6 billion market cap with no revenue. They're losing money and they have a $6 billion market cap. EPS all negative, all big negatives. And so like the other thing that I would ask you about is, why are you in, I mean, it says real estate investment trusts. Real estate right now, just because of rates, is just not doing a whole lot. There's so many thematics in the market that are re-rating higher and have a reason to re-rate higher and showing growth versus, real estate trusts. I just don't know enough, but that would just be the things that I would think about to look for, would be those pieces. Don't listen to Rooster. His simplistic brain can only trade one ticker, but he does somewhat well with it. I feel like Rooster's just sex and NQ, sex, NQ, sex. See, there you go. Jaw looks like he's doing some research into it a little bit. Yeah. I need a lot more. Living on a prayer. There's a ton of Brazilians in Houston.
Salvo Uruguay que me lo regresaron en vuelos comerciales, pues normalmente viajan en charter, todo bien. 70 minutos, 20 para el final, 1-1 Brasil y Japón. La pelota por abajo, manejándola el cuadro brasileiro, la canariña.
Bro, we're already at crude futures settling. All right.
Hemos visto la pausa de hidratación que ha afectado y ha beneficiado a muchos seleccionados en este mundial. Vamos a ver a quién de los dos.
Well, like it's because like so you have like your momentum traders first. So your momentum traders first are going to trade this, and then they're going to trade this. And if it breaks here, they're going to trade this, and then they're all going to get out. Unless there's a reason for it to re-rate all the way up here immediately. Like massive re-rate. And you're probably going to get another shot at it. At least another shot at 950.10. Even if it goes to 15 first. So the question is like, are you trying to play a short-term trade? Or are you trying to catch the big move? Because I think it's kind of in between those two. It's crazy how far behind the U.S. like TV broadcasts are from the like actual action. Neymar's coming on. Seems like NQ wants to go find that liquidity band up there at 87, but we'll see. There's the whole number on yes.
Además, el hombre gol hace 3 años y medio que anda para Brasil. Vinicius. Este central está siendo la clave para que Brasil pueda no solamente llegar a posibilidades de gol, pero tiene un poder de superioridad. Douglas Santos el primer tiempo iba en amplitud.
Yeah, the orders on NQ are up at 88, 90, that area.
ese desconcierto que no ha sabido resolver del top, me parece que con 75 minutos a 15 al final, más el agregado, puede venir.
Oh, all right, let's see. Can like improve my little spot here. Suzuki. Yeah, and that's, you know, same for me, like Billy, the same for me, same for the rest of the guys in here. Anybody that's been around markets for a while, you kind of know like the other pieces, even if they're not yours or not your lane or whatever. Like if you're like, you know, Rooster, all you can do is go level to level in queue. Like, okay, that's fine. But most people in doing their own lane, they also, you know, have learned other stuff, you know, along the way, or they've tried other stuff and, you know, through trial and error or whatever, it didn't work, or maybe it does work, but it's just not their main. It's just not their main thing. It's still like, you know, important. And the thing is, like, there's a bunch of different ways to trade and invest and actively manage things. There's a ton of ways to extract money from the market. There's no one right, one wrong. And so what I would say is like you find what works for you, but also like, you know, small cap, penny stocks, things like that. A ton of people started there. I know a ton of people that started there, and I know a ton of people that no longer touch them. So take that for what it's worth. It sure looks like we're going higher, doesn't it? Yeah, DP waking up at whatever 3-4 a.m. Wake up at 4 a.m. to an offering.
Y hay un color increíble. Tengo que decir lo que me queda este sinsabor de que Brasil no haya venido a Guadalajara, a México, por todo lo que se les quiere, por lo que hicieron en los mundiales del 70 y 86. Pero bueno, esos son otros tiempos, es otro mundial, es otra época.
The people that are offside today are the people that were short this morning or over the weekend. Is Zeta building a base? You could call this a base. It's not the same like basing action like in a yes and no. I like this. So Zeta, sorry I got distracted. To me, Zeta is just kind of boxed out right now. Rising here. So you don't have like a downtrend, but you don't fully have an uptrend yet either. Kind of, but this is a pretty good base. I mean, you have pretty big volume support. What I do like is all the EMAs are kind of stacked here, and they're pushing up on the weekly. The daily is not as clean. I mean, this recent action here on the daily, I don't love. Certainly looks like we're going to float higher. What are we up on the day? 2%? And the only other place that I would have is 110 to 120. Uh-oh. Oof. I thought that was going to be a penalty for a second. So I looked away, I looked back, and he was like right on that outside of the box. No, Rooster, I didn't get out of my short. Uber. Waymo. Yeah, I'm holding my short down 40 points with like a couple little micros, a few little micros. ES hasn't broken over the level yet. Oof. Dadgummit, my bad. My bad, Nico. If you're like, I'm not like a breakout type of trader like this, like buy bull flag type of trader. I'm a, consolidation or comes down to a key level and get in for a bounce. Like there's just not a whole lot of key levels up here on parabolic moves. You just don't have a whole lot of key levels. So like for me, I'm more of a like when you have some type of consolidation to work off of, I'm way more inclined to get in on something like that and then ride a trend. But like I need something like this before I want to take swing trades on something. Not these little like bull flag kind of, these gappy charts like this are not, I don't have a good way to set my risk reward on this. Rooster's over here eating salad like a rabbit. Dude, this keeper's making me so nervous. He's come out like so far. Ooh. I don't even care about my short trade that I'm underwater on because this game is so good. The Spanish announcers just make you feel it way more too. All right, well, 5-minute evening star here. Maybe he's gonna help me out. All those ads I can probably trim back out, get back down to what I wanted. That Uber Waymo news was in Phoenix only. You almost feel like Japan could counterattack one of these times. I kind of want Japan to win. I like Brazil, but I kind of want Japan to win just because they've impressed me, like how they've played this game or the whole tournament. We haven't even touched the 21 EMA in like 3 hours. Problem is, I bet on Brazil, but I bet on Brazil because it's what the mind said to do. The heart says cheer for Japan here. If they bring in Neymar, where do they even put him? They brought in Martinelli.
Autor del gol brasileño que provocó este empate parcial. Será apenas el tercer cambio para Brasil. Recordando que hay 5 cambios en los 90 reglamentarios y que si nos vamos a los tiempos extra se agregaría un cambio más. Han regresado 4 minutos. Tercero de Brasil. Y de Brasil, pues, a ver, no sé si seguramente tenía presupuestado cambiar a Ancelotti y poner 2 9s, como lo hizo, pero hasta ahora podríamos decir que 2 de las modificaciones.
Yeah, this trend's way too strong still.
Y esto de cara a lo que viene, en caso de que Brasil logre avanzar, pues podría llegar a la instancia de octavos mermado, ¿no? Se va tocando el muslo de la pierna izquierda. Ahí casi en la ingle se iba tocando Casemiro. El público le aplaude a Casemiro. Ahí se va tocando la ingle otra vez. Le duele. Fabinho entra a la cancha. Ya son 90 más 2. Se agregaron 6.
Who'd they just bring on? Oh, Fabinho. Fabinho's still around. This dude's like 30 something. Oh, he plays for one of the Saudi teams. Figures. Uh-oh. God, should have bet the over on corners. Smart. I'm short M&Q. I'm just looking for it to pull back a little bit. I don't love it. I don't have a lot of confidence. I don't have a lot of size here. It's just a reversion type of trade. If we can get back down into the 20s and I can get these trims back off, I'll be in a much better spot. But it's not a high confidence trade. It's not like full size or anything, but SMCI is tanking. So like the Bloomberg headlines come out and then people get out like to the insider article stuff. It comes out on like the terminal and stuff, and then like the full article comes out later. Gosh, we're gonna get an extra 30 minutes of this Brazil-Japan. This is gonna be amazing.
Empieza a cobrar relevancia, ¿no? Ya dos futbolistas hermanos de Brasil que tuvieron que salir y Japón se mantiene, ¿no? Firme en esta dinámica que lo distingue como equipo. Bueno, ¿te gusta Paco espadas brasileñas? Ah, ¿cómo no? Me encantaría. Es libre como te gusta. Sí. Puedes estar ahí 3-4 horas. Esa sería una doble ganancia, Ruso. El servicio atrás. Henry.
Japan are defending this well. Well, as soon as I say that. Oh no! No, Japan in the last minute. Oh no, Japan, no. And the guy gave the ball away in his own box. Like, what are you doing? All right, I'm pulling all my trims back off here, so got a much improved cost basis. Oh man, fuck! God, Japan, no! Well, Brazil, it's just like good stocks. Good stock goes down, you buy it. I trade sports bets the same way I invest. All right, I'm back down to 3 M&Qs again, but my average is 0.50 now.
para contener y hacer para ver si encuentra algo que te costó un minuto con el festejo y demás agregarán un minuto que pelota Guimarães ni siquiera hizo partido, pero en el momento más relevante del mismo accedió vía la soberbia asistencia al gol de hecho cuando le quita a Guimarães digo, como le ha pegado Guimarães sobre la pelota, no sé si vaya a tener precisión, pero la cambia de pierna y pone con un pase con pierna izquierda y se la pone de forma extraordinaria. Ahora te digo algo, para mí lo que ustedes dicen es, digamos, los puntos fijos de la jugada. Para mí el momento clave de la misma es cuando la
Come on, Japan. Come on, Japan. Tie it. Oh. Power hour.
La falta probablemente de calidad que hoy no le sobra tanto a Brasil. Sigue siendo un equipo de estrellas, pero no en su mejor momento. Brasil tiró la historia y Brasil tiró la suerte. Y el trébol de 4 hojas, así como le tiró el cuerpo encima, Danilo, a esa pelota.
Dude, that kid is not going to sleep tonight. You just gave the ball away, and there's 2 defenders just staring at the striker. What are you doing? How do you give Martinelli like 5 yards of space on each side in your own box? Damn it. This sucks because I feel like Japan doesn't run into Brazil in this round right here. I mean, they had a tough group, and then they run into Brazil in this. I feel like Japan could have gone way deeper in this tournament. Did anybody long Brazil with me? Rizzo should have hedged his heart. There. This has got to be game. Damn it. Well, took the wins on the bets. I won all the bets. All right. Man, poor Japan. Well, sucks to suck. Rooster, you can bet on anything. I bet Frankie's about to buy this damn thing at the 21. I don't even know where to trim. Probably right here at the 21. That's 50 points. Almost doesn't seem worth the effort I put into this. What do you mean, how far behind am I? My stream is ahead of all of you guys. Probably gonna hold right there, right? 21, 21, 21.
21.
This should probably bought it. Oh man, that sucks for Japan. %, Trump savior. My live isn't showing up on YouTube. I think everybody went to sleep today. Went and watched soccer. Algo didn't like my bald head. Damn. Do I need to put my Harriet hat back on for Jared? Yeah, we hit the 21 for the first time in 4 hours. 1050 to 250. ES hadn't even touched it. That's how strong that is. I think a lot of people are off sides. SPX is a huge amount of gamma at 74.50 for tomorrow. The Colombian Portugal offside, yeah. I mean, so the rule is written. They wanted to bring the technology in to try to make the game more fair, but the way they wrote the rule in was anything that you can play the ball with. So basically anything other than your arm, they're doing, I mean, exact science, technology, whatever, of where your body is. That, you know, like for example, in that Colombia Portugal one, the defender's toe and then the attacker's toe, it was like, you know, an inch. It was literally like his big toe. If I mean, I don't even know if it was a full inch. I don't like the rule. I think it should be center of mass because that's how it was always officiated before the technology. They had to write the rule in somehow. I honestly think that they should redo that, relook at it. I think they should literally put a chip in their jersey. You have one in the ball, put a chip in their jersey or something, make them wear something. To me, it should be their center of mass. So center of mass, like wherever your heart is, your sternum, whatever. As long as that's not past the last defender, I don't think you should be offsides. By an arm, by a foot, by a knee, by Lukaku's private parts. If he was wearing a size 9 instead of a size 11, he would have been onside. It's crazy. I mean, the rule's the rule, right? Casemiro was a perfect one today. Casemiro was in the exact same spot, but he was onside by a couple inches. So, I mean, it works both ways, but I'm not a fan of the rule, personally. Yeah, so like the teams themselves, they wear the little sports bra thing, a little harness thing, and that has a chip and usually in their upper back. It measures their heart rate, their O2 sensor or O2 levels. It senses where they're at, shows how much they've run, it's GPS tracking, all the above. But I mean, the thing is, then are you opening the door up for people to cheat? I don't know. The Uber news was Uber and Waymo are ending their partnership, or Waymo's ending their partnership, but in Phoenix only. So how big of a deal is that? Is that leading to a bunch of them? I don't know. I think it was kind of an overreaction. And then now you're seeing it pop right back up because it was just an overreaction headline. Yeah. Slip some Viagra in the Gatorade. If we're being fair, though, I mean, yes, Japan played well, but Brazil could have easily scored 4 or 5. They had so many close. I mean, Japan's keeper kept them in the game. It was just a really good game. That's what knockout World Cup's all about right there. Somebody has to go home. You get to a certain point, it's only good teams left. Either good teams or hot teams. See if we pull in at all. I don't think we're going to have a big sell-off this afternoon. But Brazil hit like the post twice. The one header went off like the guy's face and then the keeper and then the guy. Yeah, it's... Rooster, she probably turns around and looks at you because it's unwarranted. She turns around and looks at you because she's like, why is this random dude that's super horny slapping my butt? See if I can get some yes trims here. Come on, yes, drop it down to like 90. Give me a couple trims. InQ's looking strong though. How long do we have until the next game? Hour and 15 minutes. Damn. Did the reaction from the Japanese defender that just like falls to his knees. Oh, just heartbreaking. May just hold the 21 right here. It's been a boring day. Jeez, Tesla. Sorry, I just looked over NYG. Timestamp 317. I just now looked over. I think you're behind. All right, I can tell you this right now. Let me give you the exact time. It is my time. It's 2:20 and 30 seconds. Minute looks strong. Oh. I am CST. No, wait, that's CDT. That's on my other computer. That's why it was CDT. You mentioned inflection point of a sudden deal or tenant. No, it wouldn't be like a sudden deal. It's a full narrative changing. Like when everyone realized that we need way more memory, that was an inflection point for memory companies. One deal announced is not an inflection point. It's like something with the story or the theme like fundamentally changing. Like if Rivian gets to the point where they're selling enough vehicles that they're turning a profit instead of burning cash. What are we on next game? I mean, I don't expect Paraguay to give Germany much trouble. You never know, but sometimes it's like just as important not to take a bet, because usually they are pretty well laid out. If we go any higher, I'm just going to stop out on NQ, and I think it's about to get me right here. As long as ES stays under, though. Well, there's my stop on NQ. And cancel all those orders. Tonight, I think, is a very even matchup, but I like the way the Dutch have been playing. I think Morocco may have a slight edge on talent, but I just think the Dutch, I really like how they've been playing. Yeah, watch this reject right there where I stopped out. Whatever, gonna manage risk on an uptrend, counter trend. Yeah, so it'd be something like that. Like you bet like Paraguay doesn't score. Germany's defense doesn't like super impress me, but they've been solid. I feel like Germany are going to try to make a statement after coming off a loss, but I don't know. I think it'll be interesting to watch. I just don't know that Paraguay has the horses for this one.
and it's really very simple. It's the denuclearization of Iran. We don't want them to have a nuclear weapon, and they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. They've agreed to that, in all fairness. This is something that's very exciting to me. And if you bring the bill, and I'm going to let Lee explain exactly what it means, but it means a lot to people that own vehicles, cars in particular, but cars and anything else. It's going to save them a lot of money, and they're going to be able to do it themselves. Please.
Mr. President, this is a presidential memo to the Environmental Protection Agency, a presidential memo supporting the freedom to fix. Americans have the freedom to fix their vehicle. President Trump insists
They just
upon
top
it.
tick me on the stop
We are
out at
not going
59.
to be going after people who are fixing their own vehicle like past administrations have.
That's brutal.
Additionally, we've been concerned, President Trump has been concerned about aftermarket parts, cheap knockoff aftermarket parts coming into the United States, harming small businesses, harming Americans. This presidential memo puts an end to it. Also, the only third-party certification for these aftermarket parts, it's
Well, I still
CARB
have
in
yes, so
California, a process that's backlogged and faulty.
I think we can come back
So
down to
we're
like
gonna break that
940.
monopoly, and no longer will CARB be the only third-party certifier for these aftermarket parts. Again, President Trump is insisting on fixing it. This presidential memo does that. President Trump was calling me up on a Saturday night when this idea first came to his head, and he says he wants to do a press conference right away to get this over the top. In February 2nd, we signed a right to repair for our farmers so that they can repair their tractors and their non-road equipment, and this is covering everyone else.
I mean, think about it. It came to my attention because I noticed they were arresting people for fixing their car. They were arresting people for fixing it. That's not even believable. Anyway, so it's right to fix, and I think it's really common sense. If somebody wants to fix, some of these people are better mechanics than the mechanics in the shop. They're telling the mechanic in the shop how to fix
Repair
their
rights.
car with a truck. We signed the truck one a little while ago. So I'm going to sign this, and I'll be happy about it. We rule by common sense to a large extent. All right, Lee, good job. Thank you. Okay. Can you imagine that? They want to put you in jail if you fix your car. Thank you, man. You have any questions?
Mr. President, what do you make of the Supreme Court ruling today in regards to the mail-in ballots, and what comes next for the SAVE Act after today's ruling?
Well, because of the mail-in ballot ruling, which was a little bit surprising, people more time to vote illegally, let's say. But the SAVE Act is even more important, and that's the right. You have to be a citizen of our country. Okay, you have to show you're a citizen of our country, called citizenship. Voter ID by photo voter ID, and no mail-in ballots unless you're in the military, disabled, you're ill, or you're away, or even on a vacation. We're being very open about it. It's pretty easy. And we'll have honest elections. But the ruling, which a lot of people were waiting for, that was a ruling that was, I think it was very detrimental to honest elections. But it is what it is. Basically, they're keeping it a little bit the way it is now. They may have a little bit of a restriction on based on the wording.
About firing a parliamentarian.
And then you have the very important one, the Slaughter case, which we'll talk about if you ask that question. But the parliamentarian, what were you asking about?
Yeah, have you talked with Thune about?
I have. No, I can't imagine why you'd keep a woman that was put there by Harry Reid and Barack Hussein Obama. I cannot understand it.
Dadgummit, they top tick me on that.
The leader has the
stop
right
out.
to fire the person at will and put somebody else there. That would be, because we get so many negative rulings from her, the parliamentarian.
I think we
She's
could
been
go
there
higher
for
tomorrow.
years, and she was put there by Harry Reid and Barack Hussein Obama. Harry Reid was a bad guy, and he was the leader, and he put her. And the speaker has the right to immediately fire her and put somebody else there. And it's not even believable that she's still there. She's obviously a good politician or something.
Oh, thank you.
The Supreme Court just affirmed your right to fire the heads of the
That's a brutal top tick
Should we
stop
expect
out.
more firings as a result of this ruling?
I don't think so. It gives me the right, and not me, it gives a president the right to do what the president should have the right to do. And it's very interesting. It's a big ruling. It's been going on for almost 100 years. They've been working on this, and that it comes down at my term is a very great honor. But it bestows additional powers, or maybe the same power on the president. The president has the right to do this, and that has to do with a lot of agencies all throughout the system. So it's considered, the biggest of the group. And I can understand that this has been going on for almost 100 years. They've been waiting for this decision. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. You were posting about how important it is to get the Save America Act passed.
At least they'll still have this
Who do you
yes
see as the
short.
biggest hurdle to getting this across the finish line?
Well, it's held up in the Senate. And frankly, if you terminated the filibuster, you just need 50 votes, and we have 53. And then you have JD. So the Democrats are going to terminate the filibuster. But if you did reconciliation, you could do it with 50 votes. I mean, the best would be to terminate the filibuster, but for some reason, but you have the same basic people is in favor of the Save America Act, if you can believe it. Think of it. Rand Paul is strongly in favor. He's fighting for it. So that's good news. But you would have Lisa Murkowski always against things like this. Nobody knows why. I think I know why. But you have Lisa Murkowski, you have Susan Collins, you have Tillis is against, and he's not in office because of me, so he holds me, because I wouldn't endorse him. I think you have Senator Cassidy against it too.
I think he supports it this time.
And I think you have Mitch McConnell against it too. Mitch McConnell, who's very disloyal to John Thune. John Thune was a very good person for him. I mean, he was a very loyal person, and Mitch McConnell's against him almost all the time because he's angry, I guess. Probably me.
What about Democrats, Mr. President? Is there any you think you could change their minds?
The Democrats should do it too. I mean, you'll probably get one Democrat.
Hey,
who's,
comment.
Common sense Democrat, who that is.
Come on, yes.
And,
We'll get 5 points for me.
Everybody should vote for this. This is the Save America Act. Voter ID with photo, ideally, but voter ID, proof of citizenship, and no mail-in ballots, which is, to my way of thinking, maybe the most important of all because it's so corrupt. But you have exceptions if you're away, exceptions for the military.
Are major institutions banned from bar?
Illness,
I've never heard of
disability.
anything
We
like
have
that.
Exceptions, strong exceptions. But the cheating on the ballots, the mail-in ballots. Jimmy Carter said it a long time ago. He said you can't have mail-in ballots. He headed up a committee with Scoop Jackson and others.
There we go.
All
Yes.
respected.
There we go.
I think it was Jimmy Carter's finest moment. Not doing president, but he headed up a committee and he said he came out with a strong conclusion that if you do mail-in ballots, there's going to be cheating. France gave it up. We're the only country in the world that does this type of mail-in ballot. There's no other country in the world. You know why? They tried it and it was totally dishonest. And it's really dishonest. So we shouldn't do mail-in ballots. So it's not too much to ask for voter ID, proof of citizenship,
God,
and
look
no
at that
mail-in
10
ballots.
minutes.
And you have honest elections.
What are your plans for the housing bill, Mr. President?
I don't know. I think it's so unimportant by compared to the Save America Act. I think the Save America Act is exactly what it says. It's saving America from crooked elections. And the housing bill is a bill that can get approved. They worked on it long and hard. It's very bipartisan. That means the Democrats like it. I think it's maybe even.
Thank God for the.
It's probably maybe.
Thank God for the World Cup today because this has been a boring afternoon.
Nobody knows more than housing in the history of the presidency. Nobody did well like me in housing. I made a lot. When I look at that, because we have 4 Republican senators, maybe 5, that just won't vote for it. It's crazy. Somebody like Lisa Murkowski from Alaska. Nobody's done more for Alaska than me. She's Trump deranged. What can I tell you? But those 4 or 5 people that I mentioned should vote. How do you vote against Save America? How do you vote against it? How do you vote against voter identification or proof of citizenship? The only people that would vote against that are people that are going to cheat in an election. The Democrats need it because their policy is so bad. They want open borders. They want high taxes. They want terrible medical, anything medical. I'm the one that did favored nations. I'm reducing drug prices by 200, 300, 400%. Nobody even talks about it. The news doesn't talk about it. The Democrats are opposed to it. If they get into office, they'll put it back. Your drug prices are going to go up by
I guess I could get back in and
400,
queue at the same
500%. You know
spot,
that.
but there's only 20 minutes left.
I have not. It hasn't been sent to me yet. It's coming. I understand, and then I'll make it. Here's what I would like to say. Much more than a bill, that big deal. It's a yawn. Some people say it's wonderful. To me, compared to the Save America Act, just about everything is a big yawn.
And Mr. President, on birthright citizenship. Birthright citizenship is next. What are your thoughts? Birthright citizenship. What are your thoughts, and will you accept it if it rules against you?
Well, I guess I have to accept. It's the Supreme Court, so I'll accept. I think it's very bad for our nation. We're the only nation that does it. No other nation does that birthright citizenship.
Rooster, who's we?
Not even close. Some did it. They ended it. It's tremendously destructive. It's extremely costly. I don't know. It's up to them. But in terms of for the good of the country, it would be great if they didn't allow it. It would be great. But I can't tell you. The Slaughter case was the big case today. That was really a big case because it gave
The chat.
strength to presidents and strength to the presidency. A very important case.
I don't know. Since I was long at 293 average this morning
Really
and
topped everything by a lot today. Yeah.
then closed out, didn't ever get back in. Just sat here and waited.
The poster child for socialist candidates. Are you worried about more socialist candidates across the
Well, I think it's a big threat to our nation, actually. Because it's not socialism, it's really communism. They use the word social democrat because it sounds so nice, but it's really communism you're talking about. I think it's the biggest threat to our nation there is, maybe since our founding. That includes World War I, World War II, September 11th. It includes the Pearl Harbor attack. I think this is the biggest threat to our nation. People will smile when I say that, but the smart people are going to say, you know, he's probably right.
SPX can drop 10 points
It's
here.
basically introducing communism into the United States of America. There's never been anything so dangerous. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you all.
Press. Thank you, Press. Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye. Thank you, Press. Oh, wait, this says 30 minutes. Oh, the coverage starts in 30 minutes. Days like today are the days where you learn not to fight a trend move. Like once it got over and it squeezed everyone out from this morning, it just started floating. And then we got up here, you know, up 2.5% on the day, and basically slowed down. Looks like they want to push it. Honeywell just they're going through the split up thing. So like they split up their company. Like they split what into three, I think. They're interviewing German fans in downtown Mexico right now. This is funny. Come on, sellers. The Evan curse. All right, I got back in queue. Hope we like run up overnight, dip big into this area, maybe a little bit lower tomorrow morning, and then the quarterly rebalance just sends us into that gap fill. Ooh, Google's pushing. Oh, I don't think they're going to be able to break the trend before close unless MOC does it. 5 minutes until MOC. Yeah, and I'm afraid the mags are going to be another buy side. MOC is probably gonna make this new high of day. Two and a half minutes. Do I think Iran is a buy? I think Iran has too much retail meme stench around it, personally. Iran $41, $42 is your spot to hold. You don't hold that, you're probably down to 37 and a half, 32 downside levels, upside levels 48. Yeah, this like you need to get back over 47, but the high of day 49, the 200-day moving average rejection and push down. So you rejected the 200-day and pushed down. What did it do intraday? Did it bounce with the market? No, it opened up at the 200-day and got smoked. It did bounce back some. I would be worried about this 200-day. Back over the 200-day, be much better for Iran. I don't, once something gets that meme, not meme, but like that retail, too many people or like communities chasing into names, I don't like them. You want that to happen to a stock after you've been in it, not before. Here comes your MOC in 30 seconds. Yeah, no, I'm sitting here going, If anything, it's probably gonna like wick all the way up and then come down. 5 seconds, let's see. Oh, there we go. There we go. All right, take a trim. Oh, come on, give me another trim. Tesla sell side, NVIDIA sell side, Broadcom sell side, Google sell side. Google's on the sell side. I'm going to trim at 980 and 970. $2.6 billion sell side on the market, S&P, 2.7 billion on NASDAQ. What's the Mag 7 though? Feels like sell side. Uh, 891 to sell in Mag 7. All right, I'm gonna just trim one here and then 970. Just got my first fill on ES as well. 92.5. I'm gonna put my stop down in profit. Just on NQ just to lock in this extra money I just made.
Big MLC.
Come on, yes. Lagging me. Lagging. Where do you find the MOC numbers? The actual numbers? Usually Financial Juice gets those out pretty quick. I think Toss and some others do. And then so Lord of Wall Street, why do pension funds have to de-risk and sell? And why do they have to do it today or tomorrow or when? Jordan, you missed a good soccer game a while ago.
Did the buy the dip on Brazil work?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I literally sports bet similar to like how you would buy a dip on a company in an uptrend. I mean,
Yeah.
or like the market.
And what else are we gonna do?
During a bull market? Like, do I want to buy it up here? No. But do I want to dip buy? Like, do I want to get long from lower most of the time? Yes. That's literally what I do when I think about good companies in the market. Heads up for this flip over in 3 seconds. Yep. And I stopped out in profit on NQ. Yes, I'm still riding. Come on, yes, give me a couple trims lower.
If you're looking at any commitment of traders' data, Lord of Wall Street, we generally fade all of them. They're always wrong. They're always getting long at the tops and getting short at the bottoms. Commitment of trader data, I do the exact opposite of, personally. because they're always wrong.
It's usually it's like one of the
And
most
they've been proven to
laggy
be wrong
things.
over and over and over and over. They literally buy the top of the market and they sell the bottom almost every time.
It's not that they're wrong. The commitment of trader, like, it's not that they're wrong. It's just normally it's like when they get to extreme levels is when the market starts degrossing. Like when we pulled back a month ago or whenever it was, 3 weeks ago, they were like, in the upper 90s, fully committed.
What if it says it's flat? Then like M says, there's no like pendulum swinging over to one side, But when they're getting
which all that means is just like they're max long, and if something gives them a reason to stop out and take profit, they will. I mean, you remember the tariff flow? Like they were actually like most funds were actually selling into the tariff flows.
Yeah,
got absolutely ran over.
Look how that worked.
And chased it for 6 months.
It's never going to matter to me, Lord of Wall Street. No matter how much we talk about it, it's never going to matter. Not to me. Not to most of us.
Yeah. I don't just discount it completely.
This market didn't stop.
All right. Well, I'm going to close out ES here for one. Can I get to break even? Oh, no, don't do that. I was just going to go get my stop. Yep, there's my stop on ES. Into the quarter tomorrow. Long shot here from my dad's out there. Happy birthday. Never know.
Want to grind up?
There we go. Market is officially closed there. What do we close? 2.49% up on QQQ, 1.64% on SPY. IWM closed red. Wow. Interesting. We'll see. Last day of the quarter tomorrow. We've got... Who's joining us? Is that Antoine?
What's going on?
What's up?
How are the markets closing? Good?
Yeah, overall. I mean, I think in the bigger picture of things, you've just done nothing. You've gone nowhere for a month of June. And you look at it, you've gone absolutely nowhere in the bigger picture of things, but nice recovery day today. Bounce back up towards the middle of the range. So constructive, I guess. The bears will say it's a dead cat bounce. The bulls will say it's just normal consolidation, ready to go higher. Gotta have both sides of it, right?
Oh yeah.
What's going on in your world today?
We are chugging along. I am losing more trading tournaments. What's new?
There you go.
Things are going good.
How do I see, just before we go any further, this, so guys, if you haven't checked this out yet, I guess we can get a link. Jordan, do you have a link? But this GameStop, so I did the first one with Wolf Financial. How do I find the results? Because I know I didn't do great, but I know I think I beat like 3/4 of people, maybe 2/3.
Yeah, so if you go to your profile page, it'll be displayed in the history. So you should
Oh, there
see
it is. Okay.
Yep. And it'll tell you your overall rank. So what place did you get in? There was 1,800 people, which is quite a lot.
535.
Yeah, it's top third.
I beat 71% of players. There we go.
There we go.
71. Hey,
I did
I'll take that for the
not beat-
first one.
I did not beat that many players. What
I
about
just
you,
hope I
Jordan?
beat Evan. Jordan, how was yours?
I wasn't even in it because I was gone this whole week, so I wasn't even on it, to be honest.
Oh, that's right. You left for vacation right when
I
it
was,
started.
yeah. I didn't even have Wi-Fi to participate, so
That's how it goes sometimes.
That was
top
fun,
player
though.
was up 50% on the week.
That's pretty crazy. What does it show you their holdings?
Yeah, so I'm looking at it now, and it looks like, so you can kind of see their trade log. And so if you click on the leaderboards itself and you click on the actual percentage, it'll show you their portfolio. And so what I notice is a lot of times people will early on make some pretty, I would say, higher risk trades. And then when they do really well, then they'll then take profits and put it into more stable assets like NVIDIA. So it looks like, we have some.
He's finished with just the video, but I'm curious where the trade log is.
Yeah, so if you click on the little info button next to total, you'll kind of see the trade log, and then you can kind of scroll down through it. So it looks like at one point he was holding MAAS, ticker symbol MMAS, MAAS, Mace Incorporated, $5 billion market cap. You guys know about this company?
No.
I do not.
Wow.
Now we do.
Whoa.
It went up.
What?
It
Look,
went
this
up.
thing looks like terrible, but it went up.
Yeah, for a little bit there. It's on a 30% drawdown over the past 5 days, but before that, it did good.
It's actually pretty wild. I
You know,
just
one-
wonder, like, if this is like for people that do like some of these like high momentum plays and stuff, if they do a little bit better.
I think sometimes it plays in your favor, and sometimes you get burned.
You get wrecked.
Yeah. That's why I like some of the longer duration tournaments, typically like a 2 weeks or longer, because some of these more volatile stocks will go up and then, 3 days later they're back down, or they may even be further down since then. So yeah, sometimes they'll retrace a lot, just as quickly as they can fly, as quickly as they can die, as they say.
Yeah, Billy the Kid
Not
said,
always.
why did it go up, though? I couldn't tell you, to be honest. I don't know what news it had on that, but
I don't know either, but I will
Had
say
earnings in there somewhere.
that's the one thing I have noticed about GameStop. For those that, maybe not familiar with it, I am very, very biased, obviously, since I'm part of the team. But I have learned about so many new assets, whether it was from the video feed or from just seeing other traders on there. Like, I don't have the time to be in the trenches as much as they are, but just being able to like go in every once in a while and see kind of what people are picking, you actually end up getting some pretty interesting information. Even if you do nothing with the information, at least you know it, right? It's like, I feel like nothing's worse than, actually, no, not true. Nothing's worse than knowing about a play and not taking a position on the play and then seeing it kind of play out how you expected. But the second worst thing is just not even knowing that the play existed and then seeing it happen. You're like, oh my gosh, how did I not know about this? So yeah, it's just great for alpha.
well, yeah, and just being able to find other tickers, like I'm very guilty of it, and all of us on stage, like we very much stay watching the same tickers every day for the most part, you know what I mean, and trading the same tickers and being able to do these competitions. You see these like random tickers that people are getting into that might be going parabolic, and have these crazy moves on them. So it's cool to see. I like it. It's kind of like your own little watch list screener, just seeing what actually like
It's another form of Reddit in many ways, right? Because, some people have way more time than, you would, Jordan, or even Ryan, where, you don't have the time. You're on this stream right now. We're looking at different tickers, and, it's just, we're not going to be able to be in the trenches all the time. But like, if you can basically have that kind of sourced and from another another party, and they're not even doing it on your behalf. You're just kind of getting to see it play out in real time, which is interesting. But yeah, I've learned about so many different stocks since since these tournaments have started to happen more and more. So it's pretty interesting.
You can't short anything, right? It's only long.
So we do have worst portfolio wins tournaments as well. So sometimes people can do that, which is always fun. So you can't just
MSTR and
yeah, be a good idea as Sailor keeps on pressing the sell button on Bitcoin. I think they just did another $1 billion sell, right? Just announced.
Yeah, they just came out with some news today that just they're making it easier, more flexible for them to be able to sell. But
yeah,
it's just crazy because it was
I thought we were supposed to hold forever.
He told us
sell
like
your
sell
kidney,
your
but
liver
don't sell your
before you
Bitcoin.
sell Bitcoin. And
yeah, it's
sell your kidney.
Yeah. Sometimes the rules don't apply to the ones that make them.
Yeah, I don't know. That's just
the
just
grift.
crazy.
The grift is real.
The grift is real. 100%.
On that note, when we got on Chamath Palihapitiya, raising some more capital for his fund, did you guys see that on the private side? So he just raised $135 million for his 8090 company.
I don't know how I feel about Chamath because I feel like he has actually done some decent things, and I feel like obviously he's successful, but I feel like the whole fiasco from back in like 2021 and all the little SPAC stuff, I feel like is a little taking advantage of retail. Like I understand why people hate him, but at the same time, like he does have the success like in several pieces as well. So I don't know. I just can't wrap my mind around if I kind of want to follow the guy on some stuff or kind of just want to stay away from what his hands are on.
Yeah.
It just feels like a used car salesman at times. But like I don't know, maybe like he's a really smart, like he's selling like used Mercedes or Lambos or something. But it's still just like, I don't know.
Yeah. He gives some really great alpha though, I will say. Like
he does. He's a smart guy.
He's a very smart guy. He's obviously in the right room. So when he's saying something, oftentimes you kind of see 6 or 12 months later, some of those things start to play out. Now, whether you're rightfully or wrongfully positioned for it is obviously dependent on how you take in that information. But yeah, he's been interesting. Interesting on that news that his SPAC that he currently has went up because of the news that his other company raised capital. It's pretty interesting. No real correlation besides the fact that it's, has the same name attached to it.
Yeah, we see that a lot.
Yeah.
A little sympathy play. But I mean, the guy's got big connections. He seems, it's almost like if you have money with him, he's probably going to do well. But if you try to follow outside of his like investment fund, then you're probably going to be the exit liquidity. I just feel like it's one of those scenarios. But he does track things. He does, like I said, I think he is a smart person that gets a lot of stuff right.
Yeah, absolutely. What are you guys looking at these days? What did you put in your portfolio, Ryan?
So I played it a little bit safe just because we're in this like consolidation thing. And like, I know you don't win competitions that way, but I was like, first one, I'm going to just try to play it a little bit. So like I had UNH and I didn't make any changes throughout the week either. So I had UNH because I like this UNH. I mean, if you look, it's just trending upward. It's breaking out, continues to move higher. Let me see if I get this to load. My computer's this point of the day, it gets a little sleepy. But I do think this, I mean, it's almost hit my main targets here, but I had UNH in here because I just felt like it could make a good move regardless of what the market's doing. If you look, it's basically kind of hitting these previous lows here, so pretty much achieving targets. But uptrend seems to be doing the right thing, seems to be getting some love in that sector. So I went with that one. I had Walmart because I have to have Walmart. It's the greatest company in the world. It's almost like a contractual obligation at this point. And it looked like it was going to do good at first, and then it just didn't quite get any follow through. I think I had Dell, and what was the other one? Dell I like, which
Dell still looks
unfortunately
great.
this thing like ended. Yeah, Dell I think still looks good. Did I do Dell or did I do Cisco? I can't remember because I have a stock pick show, and I also have I had this competition, but And I think I just did NVIDIA. I think I can't remember.
Is always a good
But
one.
my I don't know if I hold on. Why don't I just look at it? So just guessing.
Yeah,
Duh.
we can go through.
No,
the
you know what it
history,
is? Taiwan Semi. That's the other one I had because I thought that one looked really good. And Taiwan Semi, it did this huge pullback thing, but it still looks good. Like it's like the timing thing. Like if you would have longed anywhere in here, it was much better than obviously.
Right.
Like this on that Monday, it just went straight down. So I think I got, because I did it on Monday morning, I think I got crushed on it, and then. But if I could have like added more or whatever, it would have been much better. So I don't know. I didn't realize we could change picks like throughout the week until like Wednesday, and I was like, oh, okay. So now it makes sense. So now I'm more ready to go for this next one.
There we go. Yeah, I know the next one's coming up here soon. It should be another nice cash prize. Got a few whale tournaments up right now too. Little 10xers, a little 20 to 200. Those are always fun for the people to join those. Much harder though. Tougher competition.
I asked if you could short because there was one that said after hours crypto, and I was like, man, I just full port short everything.
Yeah. The after hours crypto tournaments are always they're interesting. So basically on the platform, we will list any crypto asset that's listed on Coinbase. So if it's on Coinbase, it can be selected on the GameStop app. If it's not on Coinbase, then it can't be. So for example, this last weekend, probably the most relevant crypto meme coin was called Ansem. So I don't know if you guys know who Ansem is, but long story short, there's a lot of interesting things happening in crypto right now, and people are trying to pump that one. So what will happen? I don't know, because I'm not in the crypto world like that. So I can't answer any questions, but
I've seen what's been floating around. I can't get into detail with like questions, but I know like there's been shit going on with him, and then people like sending coins to what they think TJR's wallet is, and it's not TJR's.
I saw that
saying,
yesterday.
Stop, go to Ansem's coin.
Yeah.
And it's just this big back and forth.
There's a lot going on. It's
entertainment though. I'm loving it.
Yeah.
I love to watch from the sidelines,
Yeah, so there was a company in the crypto space that recently raised some capital. So the thought process is that there might be some more liquidity flowing into these different types of assets here soon. So speculation may begin.
Yeah, and just a reminder for the audience, if those that don't know or want to get on the app with us, I threw the link in the description for you. So get on GameStop. We're going to be doing these different tournaments throughout, I don't know, probably continuously now. I know we just did our first one. I didn't really participate. But this next one, I want to participate and get going in there and see.
Got to be the man in the arena, Jordan. Got to be the man in the arena.
I know. I got to get in there. I went and soaked up like a lizard in the desert for a week,
No, that's
went
good.
and enjoyed.
No, good.
Wellness retreat, huh?
But yeah, for anyone that's interested, GameStop is, essentially like fantasy sports meets the financial market. So you can join these public tournaments and compete against Jordan and Ryan and I. Or you can create your own private leagues and you can go head to head with your buddies. You guys can even send side wagers to each other. It's pretty cool. So obviously I'm biased. So I'm not going to say it's pretty cool. I'll just say that it exists.
No, we love it. I like the gamification of things. I think it's a cool, like different way to kind of capitalize on the moves in the market. It makes it fun. I mean, it's low risk for people, right? People aren't taking any risks. They're just able to have fun and make these little bets. And I think it's a great way to do things.
My favorite is, though, I've got a couple buddies of mine, and we'll do the head-to-head tournaments every single day. So we have our own private league, like 8 of us, and then it's always funny seeing like who really has conviction over their place, because you can send like a little small wager, $1, $5 or whatever, and then they have to either accept it or decline it. And so always good to see who's really standing 10 toes down,
Oh yeah.
So
how convicted are you, my friend?
Right, we got to get going on that. Start getting some people.
We need to create a league on here. Just create a league for our chat.
Yeah, those are always fun, and it's always funny, like too, when you get the notification that like this person declined like your bet, and I'm like, okay,
like you weren't on it like you said you were.
yeah, that's always fun. So, but it's all just fun, It's like playing fantasy football. It's just real fun to do. You add a little stakes to it. It makes it a little bit more fun. You keep the group chat alive, and Yeah.
I think that's what it makes it fun for me. Is it's kind of like I'm playing fantasy football or fantasy sports,
Yeah.
but I'm still doing like everything in the stock world because that's what I know. I don't personally watch a whole lot of sports. I know Ryan does, but I'm not doing that all the time, right? So I don't really sports bet or anything, and being able to kind of take
I feel like
advantage.
this is way more your lane, Jordan.
This is my lane for sure.
Yeah.
Exactly. If I'm gonna do any sort of thing in that area, so no,
Because
just
I'm over here with 2 screens on the World Cup, and
I
Jordan's
know.
just like just grinding on just content, whatever. Just working.
Did you watch the game earlier? Brazil
Oh
versus
yeah,
Japan?
I bought the dip on Brazil hard.
So yeah,
did
Japan
for the
scored,
goal.
and he's like, "I'm buying the dip on Brazil right now." And boom.
I sports bet like I would trade like stocks. Like a good team goes down, I'm buying the dip. This is a good
Yeah.
team. I think they come back, and the odds, because like the odds were not good.
Odds go
If you
crazy,
thought
yeah.
if you thought Brazil was going to win, the odds weren't good until Japan scored the goal, and then the odds got way more favorable.
Yeah,
And
crazy
all of them
that.
hit.
Yeah, I mean that's what's so interesting. I think about that world now that's how things are fluctuating. Like like you said, it's like very much like just a financial asset now. So, you can kind of see these crazy fluctuations, and you can get a pretty good entry price on something that's really, in many ways, mispriced. Like 1-0 in a game for a team like Brazil with an entire half to go. I feel pretty good about those odds that they're at least gonna tie it.
Yeah, and so for me, I just like I still do it like on a traditional sports book, but like I know a lot of guys that are going in and doing on the prediction markets, and they're saying, well, Brazil's at 40 cents, like no way, like, and they'll buy that, and Brazil ties it, and then they're like, okay, well, I can sell half now at 60 cents, and I've made a profit, and I've if it keeps going, it keeps going. Almost like it's an actual stock trade. It is funny how like that approach is actually working for people.
Crazy.
I love to see it, man. So I'm curious, when we're creating tournaments and what you see like for the future of these tournaments, how creative like can you actually get with them? Because I know right now we're doing, some can be 2 days, some can be a week long, and you can do these different prize pools, give a lot of people a little bit of money, maybe give a small amount of people a lot of money. Where's the bar on these tournaments? Like how creative can we really get with them?
Yeah, I'd say right now a lot of that is kind of where the customization comes into play. So, you can kind of change the duration of it. You can change the amount of people that win. You can obviously change kind of the stakes that are required to participate. And, over time, we plan to make it to where you can really customize it even further than that, right? So like right now, it's the best portfolio wins or the worst portfolio wins. And then ideally over time, we can even have mini games within the tournaments themselves, right? And it's like, whoever does the best for the first day, like gets a certain percentage of it in the second day. So it's like constantly giving people the ability to, kind of stay in the game and keep competing. I think that's the other thing that's so fascinating too, that I've realized is obviously it's a game. So there's a level of, risk that you're taking with some of the positions that you might be doing. But, even if you're in the bottom 50 percentile after the first couple of days, like you're not out of the game, right? Like you can definitely come back. I've seen people come back from being down 10% to being up 5% or 10% and like getting back in the money. So I think that's what's pretty interesting about it. Obviously, the shorter the time duration, the less mistakes you can make, right? So if it's a 1-day tournament, or even if we spun up a tournament right now and it was a 10-minute tournament,
That's right. Just was looking at it. I was like, wait, there's a 5-minute tournament option?
Yeah. We could literally
That's
spin up
insane.
right now and do it. So
that's a real degen stuff. We're just like end of day, like, hey, are we going up or down for the next 5 minutes?
Well, it could be fun for like MOC, like the last 10 minutes. There's market on close
earnings.
Data coming out, right?
Earnings could be real fun too.
Yeah, earnings as well. Like there's just big moves that are happening at that time. It could be fun to set up little quick tournaments for them.
For FOMC, which direction are we gonna go?
Yeah, it's just like, we're getting more and more people on the streaming side as well that are finding this interesting too. Even over the last few weeks, we've been getting more inbound from people who are like, this is a great way to like just add some level of engagement within the stream itself. Almost like how Netflix is doing that with some of their like different shows that they're putting together and allowing people to kind of participate in the middle of it. So I think it's going to be a really cool way to kind of like turn the chat into a very engaged like participant as well, and not just be in the chat.
Yeah, exactly. Couldn't agree more.
I like it. So like just for the overall functionality, in case somebody this is their first time seeing it. So essentially, you've got different tournaments or leagues or whatever where you're basically taking an investing portfolio, $1,000,000, whatever it is, and you're allocating those funds. You're trying to beat others. You can actually, change, sell, take profit, readjust, be as active as you kind of want to be. And then all this kind of lives in, you essentially have a crypto wallet, right? This is essentially like, is it what is it, USDT, USDC, or is it just like, do you have your own coin? Like where's the money? The money's living in a wallet within your platform, and that's what you're using to kind of, to win or to bet on or whatever. What does that side of the application look like?
Yeah, so everything is done via USDC, and every person that basically joins on our platform, they get created this wallet, but that wallet is completely owned by the user. So what that means is you can technically take all the information from that wallet. You can then import it to other places if you want. We just want to make it super simple for people to transact with stable coins. So it's only ever stable coins and only USDC because that's what's publicly traded here in the US. And so, or Circle is publicly traded here in the US. So that's the only thing we use. It falls $1 1-to-1. And, it's definitely something that's being more globally adopted by a lot of financial institutions as well. But I think the one key thing that we always mention to people is even if you deposit money into that wallet, let's say, all of a sudden you want to take that money elsewhere, you can obviously withdraw it, or you can also just take that exact wallet. Like there's basically this export feature that you can use, and you can take that wallet with you because you own it. So it's all non-custodial on our end, and you're the person that owns that wallet and could take it anywhere.
Oh, okay, so it's just that makes perfect sense. That seems like the fair way to do it too. And so from there, you can, obviously store money on there and enter tournaments, put $5 or $10, whatever the entry fee is, $2 to get into the different tournaments. Obviously, I'm assuming if there's an entry fee, your prize money is probably much, much better. I mean, I feel like maybe somebody like a big name is hosting one and they're saying, hey, we'll put up the money for the winner. But then there's probably tournaments all over the place where it's like, hey, just $2 buy-in, kind of like we're doing a Super Bowl Squares thing or something like that.
Yeah, it's kind of got a use case for everyone. So there's completely free to play stuff. So we have free to play tournaments that have cash prizes every single day. We have pay to play ones that some are $1, some are larger, like $20 or even larger than that, depending on who creates them. They determine that. And then, I would say that we also have other tournaments where people can kind of just use it as a way to kind of practice and test things out as well too. So, for someone that's just joining, I always recommend the free to play stuff you can join. Some of them have cash prize and it's a great way to start. And then, like you mentioned, Ryan, when someone goes onto the app, it's really, really simple. You can join any tournament that's publicly available. You just swipe to join it. Then you're given $1 million to allocate towards 2 to 4 different assets. So you can choose to put 500,000 in one and 500,000 in another, or you can, split it up however you like. And then over the course of when the tournament starts, you can then edit your portfolio if you would like to, or you can just hold on to the positions that you're holding on to. And that's honestly another thing as well too, is you're not at a disadvantage if you don't edit your portfolio. We've seen some people win completely and they didn't touch their portfolio. And then we've also seen people who do make edits, and then that helps them get a better edge and then win the tournament as well too.
That makes perfect sense. I got a follow-up question because I'm looking on here and the what are the little diamond star looking things?
Yeah, so the diamonds are really cool. Typically you get those from referring friends to the platform, and those are equal to $10 in credit value. So if there's a tournament that let's say is $5 entry fee or $10 entry fee, and you invite a friend and they join it, you'll get a diamond, and then from there you can use that to join that tournament. So again, another risk-free way to get into some of these tournaments that are pay to play. So those diamonds have up to $10 in value, and they're also really valuable for the free to play tournaments too. Because in the free to play tournaments, one of the things that a lot of our users do now is they want to accumulate as many diamonds as possible, because in the free to play tournaments, you can technically create as many you can create up to 10 portfolios within any given tournament. So basically giving yourself 10 chances to win one tournament, but you can only spin up a new portfolio if you have a diamond to use, right? So it's the diamonds becomes extremely valuable on those. So if there's, let's say 100 participants in a free to play tournament with a $2,000 prize pool, you could technically have up to 10 different portfolios, and you can allocate them all differently in terms of like the stocks you choose for them. Obviously, it's a lot to manage, but you give yourself basically 10 different chances to not only win maybe once, but you could get 2 out of the top 10 or, 3 out of the top 10. So you could end up winning, on 3 different, basically like almost like tickets.
I like that. And I think about it from just from a sustainability and a business, perspective, from you guys' perspective. It's like, okay, I'm not just going to, if I refer Jordan, you're not just going to give me $10 and then I just, take it off the platform or something like that. So you have a separate currency, whatever you want to call it. That makes perfect sense for protection and sustainability, but it also reward the players. I actually really like how that's set up, because I've seen several businesses in the in the sports betting space and stuff like that where they did it wrong. They did it completely wrong. I've seen some of the crypto companies that were early trying to do some of this stuff. They gave too many bonuses out, and that money just got pulled straight back off the platform, and it was just eating losses, and they weren't able to sustain it. So the way you have that set up, plus the way you just explain both different pieces there, the value of it and the different ways that you can enter other tournaments, to me that it seems like you guys hit the triangle perfectly there, just from my analysis brain going through this really fast.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, our whole goal with it is to be able to help you get activated on the platform. So, we want people to be able to come on risk-free, kind of try out the app. And then as they see some success, then be able to say, okay, I'm willing to kind of go deeper into the app. And then, I think the other point that didn't bring up, but back to the wallet perspective of a lot of these gaming apps, when you make money on those platforms, they determine whether or not you can withdraw that or not. Again, on our platform, we don't have that control. You own that wallet. So at any point you can say, I want to take my money out, and you can do so. So I think that's another thing that people are starting to realize more and more as they get more aware of how the platform exists. And so really, in many ways, you have much more control over your funds that are going in as well as the funds that are going out.
And that goes back to exactly why I asked if it was a stable coin or your own coin. There's not to say that there's anything wrong with having your own coin, but I feel like if it's my self-custody wallet, I want to be able to transact in something that's universal, not just, it only works on here. And if you guys, not you, but what I've seen in the past is we just flood the market with more tokens if we want, or we go under and just all the money, all the value's gone. And instead of separating that and saying, hey, the value is actually stored in your own self-custody wallet in a stable coin that is tied to the US dollar. US dollar is not going to fail anytime soon. It's backed 1-to-1. We're all good.
Yeah, absolutely. We have no plans ever to have our own coin. That is not kind of the world that we want to live in. We just wanted to make it super easy for people to get instant funds when they win, and be able to instantly remove things when they win and when they want to withdraw as well. And so tying it to stable coins, specifically USDC, since it's, backed by a company that's publicly traded in the US, we felt was the strongest position. We look at what Robinhood does and Coinbase and all these other companies. They also use USDC as their primary stable coin. And so we want to make sure that we're kind of keeping up the standard of things there, especially as more people want to gain trust in these systems, right? Because ultimately, I think stable coins are still new to the average consumer. And so, we want to make sure that they feel extremely confident that, that money is going to always be there for them.
Can you make sector specific tournaments right now?
Not yet.
I go in there and be like, hey, we're running healthcare tourney only. And it's
that's it.
No,
that's coming, Jordan. That's coming, Jordan.
Okay. That just comes to my
Yeah.
mind instantly. I'm like, because right now it's very broad. Anybody can kind of pick any of these names out there. But what if we toned it down very
It's
specific?
market cap restrictions too. You
You
can't buy any shit codes under 100 million market cap with trading at 20 cents a dollar.
Yeah. Well, thankfully,
too,
too, Ryan,
this guy with the small cap that we're getting.
yeah, and that's the last thing I'll let the audience know as well, is that all the assets that are available on our platform have to be above $1 billion market cap. So anything below $1 billion is not available for any of our tournaments. Now, in the future, if people want to have that as another asset, then we'll allow it, but it will probably exist, like you said, Jordan, in its own basically penny stock tournament, and then
specific
people
tourney
can
for it.
Yeah,
for sure. That makes sense. Yeah.
I tell you a funny personal story. In college, at some point, there was this like app that was literally for penny stocks, and you got $1 million, and we all just tried to put it into whatever penny stocks we could and make it go up. And like there wasn't like any like you didn't connect. All we did was like show each other our results, and then obviously like somebody that been doing it for a month or 2 months would probably be ahead of somebody that was just starting. Hopefully in theory. But I remember doing that, and I remember how much like fun it was, like showing each other, trying to beat each other. But it wasn't connected. It was just some cheap shell of an app, you know. But way back then, it was like 2012. And it's funny, whenever you showed this to us, a week and a half ago, I was like, this is literally what I wanted from my past to come back. Like the nostalgia came back, but I was like, this is so much better. And it's like up to date. It's current. It's I got so excited. I didn't mention that last time, but I just wanted to say I was so excited when I saw this, because I was like, this is literally that penny stock app that we used to play. Like it was like a simulator, right? It wasn't even like an app to like compete or anything. It wasn't a game. It was just a simulator for like stock market. And we would just go in and find whatever penny stock we could and try to be Wolf of Wall Street on there back in the day.
Absolutely.
And then now we get a better version of it.
Yeah, no, we're definitely excited to kind of keep growing with the community. I know that, you know, it's funny because even we've seen a bunch of like people in the space who have like their own Google Sheets that they do to kind of track this stuff and do similar competitions. And I'm like, you know, the beauty about technology and software is that you can kind of make that an easier process. It's like, imagine if we didn't have access to Google Docs or, you know, these different tools that we use nowadays, or, you know, it can just be done in a more seamless way, right? It's like, and so that's why, you know, Robinhood was created. That's why Coinbase was created. And ideally, we can make it a little bit more seamless for people to compete with each other, with their friends, keep it social, get some alpha, and just enjoy it.
That's another thing.
And
It's
ideally,
fun. You're getting a little bit of alpha, right? You might hear about some tickers that you didn't hear about before, and maybe that leads you to research something that, you know, gets you into a good play or not. And I don't know. It's cool to get your feelers out there and see what everybody else is dipping into.
excited to see how you do in this this next one when you join your first one.
I'm gonna enter a few more too, not just our own. I'm gonna get in some other ones, and we'll get moving on it.
Awesome.
It's funny you said that about the Google Doc, because we do a stock pick show on Monday nights over on Wolf Financial.
On Google Doc?
On a Google, like whatever they call
I hate that sheet.
the Excel sheet. It's it's the Google's
Google
version
Sheets.
of Excel. And it's like they try to pull in the data. One guy knows how to do it all. He pulled in the data from what's it called? From like Yahoo Finance that pulls the price. But we literally run a competition that we pick on Monday night. It's from Tuesday's opening price until the following Monday's close. So it's 1 week period. But like we pick after hours on Monday. So like it's just wherever if it gaps up the next morning, just tough.
Yep.
Like sorry, it's just we got to put guardrails somewhere. And it's literally in a Google Doc. And it's funny you just described that. And it's like we've talked about on that show. Like you even had some of our listeners are like, we could probably build something way better for this. And I'm like, there's got to be something better. And then now you guys have like the Grand Slam breakfast of that. Sorry,
yeah, I mean, I think it
Waffle House
sounds
in the
like GameStop would be a great use case for these stock picking turns, and we can make them private as well too. Like there's a lot of things we can do to make sure that only the community gets access to it.
Yeah, perfect. Well, I
like
entered
that.
the Wolf of Wall Street one-day tournament that starts in 16 hours, and I'm going long as much Tesla as possible. I'll tell you that right now. Tesla looks amazing. Then we're gonna
Tesla looked good today.
fucking ran
I
today.
found-
Pretty good.
I'm gonna
What's the
fade
news?
you.
What's the news? What's the news on Tesla?
You know, I don't know exactly what was going on news-wise, but just chart-wise, this thing has been doing what it's supposed to for a while now. I mean, we hit those all-time highs. We came in, we put the fear in, and we've swept some big lows that I'm not looking for us to get back to. And we've seen the consolidation I want to see. We've seen the flip in structure. Now we are just getting some momentum today. I just want to see this continue and start to really break some higher highs and leave these lows alone. But I mean, Tesla
So
is just such a
the
beautiful
news,
spot.
the news.
You can talk about the news. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, they had a they're gonna release their delivery numbers this week, but it was Barclays that came out. No, I'm sorry, Morgan Stanley was the one I saw this morning. Morgan Stanley came out and they were raising their Q2 delivery numbers. And then Lars is this guy that works for Tesla, has been there forever.
Yep.
I don't know the rest of his name, but people just call him Lars. and he had something saying that there was a big announcement coming on the 7th, so next Tuesday. Something about scaling within Giga Texas. So I don't know if that means producing more vehicles or robo taxis are scaling up or what they have cooking over there. But you give any type of positive news around Tesla right now, because Tesla's just hanging in here until the next thing happens. So you give any type of positive news, and you feel like people are just going to run with it.
What's the latest on Optimus? Any updates lately?
Yeah, we'll get one whenever you're 70 years old. That thing is who knows when that. Yeah, it's so tough. Elon has done some incredible things, but his timelines are just so far fetched. Like it's just, the Roadster was supposed to come out like 12 years ago. Like we have a friend that he put a deposit
on it. Wow.
Yeah, and he just got it back the other day. He's like, I'm tired of loaning Tesla free money with no interest for the last 12 years.
Yeah.
Or whatever. I think he put it down in like 2017, 2018, 2019, somewhere in there, and it was like in the last year or so he went and he got his deposit back and just said, "No, I'm good. I don't even want the car anymore."
It's kind of a good way. Yeah, Tesla does a good job of issuing non-dilutive debt that they can just
free debt.
Free debt, no interest on it, and then they can use that to say, look at all this demand we have, and then that drives up the price of the stock.
Yeah, it's
sounds like a good little hack they've got.
Sounds fishy,
Also, just like technically, when you look at like this bigger time frame, I don't know about you, Emp, but just looking at that monthly, like we're holding that monthly gap, which I'm watching, and as long as we're holding that monthly order flow, I'm very bullish, and the next highs are going to be those all-time highs. So that's what I'm watching.
Love it. As a holder of Tesla, I love it.
Majority of my portfolio. But we just try and not think about that. I'm young enough where if I lose it all, it's okay.
We can get it back again.
Yeah, I'll be all right. I got money in the S&P too. It's just most of it's in Tesla.
It's one of those things where like I have a little bit of Tesla just because I'm like, you don't bet against Elon, and he's gonna figure out something, this autonomous driving and everything, but I'm not like like left lane hammer down on this thing. No, I'm not. I'm just not. Like I just don't. If it does crazy good, it does crazy good. If it takes forever to happen, it takes forever to happen. Like either way, like it's just a very small area for me, which I had a little bit back in the day, back in like 2020, I think late 2020, somewhere in there, and it did pretty well. And then I held through a lot of mess back here in 2022.
And that's the trade, right? It's going to be the same thing with SpaceX. The trade is, well, even if you believe in it, during these times of waiting and accumulating these stocks, you're going to have to go through these periods of volatility where Elon's saying some shit that's driving prices crazy, and you got to withstand it. It's the way it is. That is the CEO of the companies we are trading and investing in, and we have to understand that, unfortunately.
I was also much younger back then, because like I remember getting into it and like it did really well, and then when it came back down, I was like, I'm gonna buy more, and then it went down lower and I sold, and then it went back up and I bought again, and then it went down lower and I sold again, and then I or like I think it was back here in 2022, like this, like I got too active.
They flushed you
a couple
out
times. Yeah, and then I got back in because I got a lot smarter the second time around.
It got better.
And I started buying smaller amounts and waiting, and then buying at opportune moments. So like I bought some like last year, down here in like the 240s or something like that. So it's doing fine, but it's just not like I don't know. I feel like it's kind of like played out. It's kind of like PLTR to me. Like PLTR, like I think it's gonna be fine for quite a while, but I think it played out so well for so many people that this thing could do anything for a couple of years.
Crazy run.
Just because of that run.
That was a monster run, gosh.
We'll see. You got any stocks or anything that you're keeping an eye on? Anything in maybe one of these competitions that you're hammering down on? Not financial advice, of course. Just
definitely never financial advice. Don't take financial advice from someone like me. That'd be a terrible idea. I think being in the world of finance and technology, I'm always looking at the fintechs and what they're doing, and so it is interesting seeing kind of some of the dispersion between like a Robinhood versus a Coinbase. I mean, we're seeing pull up Coinbase. That's a very different story being told than what Robinhood is doing, and so it's very interesting. Robinhood decided to be the partner for the Trump accounts as well, so I know that's probably positive for the company. So interesting to see how things are playing out.
I mean, every other company that's seemed to be somewhat partnered with Trump.
Yeah, Nokia
done
just
well.
got a recent mention, so maybe look
Yeah.
out for Nokia.
I mean, Intel, Dell, those
There you
plays over
go.
the past year, right? Like, it's crazy. And I don't know if you saw Robinhood. I think they posted, it was either last night or this morning, some event that they're doing. It's like the Earth is flat, they're saying, and they posted coordinates, and it's some event. I think they're
Really?
leaning towards something with crypto. I don't know, but it's interesting.
Oh yeah.
It's
What
there.
was
July.
that?
I think it's coming out on the 1st. So
I meant to go back and look at that.
yeah, don't know what that is,
Interesting.
but watch out for that. Maybe that's another
Um,
catalyst for Hood to get moving up again. I don't know. We'll see.
It was this right here.
Yeah, that thing. Yeah.
The world is flat. July 1st.
I see. This is why I love Robinhood. They do stuff like this. You know what I mean? They play the game of social media, and it's so good to me. I love that. They're good.
The question is, where is 51?
Here, let me type it in. What is it? 51.
This is like in Europe somewhere.
Yeah.
0 degrees west would be right on the like international timeline thing, or not the timeline. What do you call it? The Greenwich like time zone thing, where it's 0 latitude or 0 east and west, and then 51 north. That has to be like as far north as. We just ask Rock.
Yeah. Yes. Ask Rock where these are.
I just glancing at that, I'm like, is that somewhere in like London or?
Wait, I
somewhere in
looked it
England?
up. It's in, where is this? Hold on, I'm on maps. It is a place
just
in
typed it.
London, the United Kingdom. It is on the corner of
Did I know that?
Trafalgar Road and Greenwich Park Street.
It's pretty
And
good.
It's just a corner. Like, there's no building I don't see.
So like the Greenwich, like
Got that.
whatever longitude line. Wait, is longitude the vertical one? Or latitude? No, that one's latitude. I don't know. It's been so long. It's been way too long, Antoine. I'm gonna make myself look dumb on here, but I did. In my brain, I still got there. I was like, zero goes through England. I knew that. East and west. So like going straight up and down. It's England all the way like straight down into Africa. And then 51 degrees north means you're 51 degrees north of the equator. I figured it had to be like the southern US, like where I'm from, is like in the 30s. So it's like, okay, 50s is probably, that's Chicago, New York, Boston. You go across to London.
We made it there.
There it is.
Any fintechs you guys are looking at these days? You guys have sounds like you guys are bullish Robinhood.
Pretty
Hard
bullish
not to be.
Robinhood, yeah.
Hard not to be. Hard not to be. Any others?
Even though
I saw
I
you
don't.
pull up SoFi right away. That's got mind share a little bit.
SoFi's an interesting one.
Yeah.
I'm not a big SoFi user myself, but
SoFi is a tough one for me because, like, and I was saying this earlier. Anytime you get too much like retail enthusiasm, like too many of the like theses and arguments, and it's just too only bullish. And I feel like retail bids something up, and they're way more easy to get kind of like dumped on. Like, I just don't see where SoFi's there yet. I don't have a problem with it like longer term, but I just think there's too much enthusiasm in it that it just makes me feel like it's not the same risk reward potential, like upside, because there's too much of a retail bid that loves that stock. There's like a whole army of SoFi people out there. I'll give you one that I do like, and this one's not like US based, but
New Holdings.
This is New Bank, so New Holdings in you. This is a digital bank for LATAM. I live in Mexico, and like down here, I'm seeing it take off everywhere. Brazil. I think it's based in Brazil originally, or like whatever, headquartered in Brazil, but it's all over. And so my thesis here is I really think fintech will do well in Latin America. There's a generational like turnover, and this isn't like, oh, it's going to do well next week or tomorrow or whatever. This is like a next 5-10 years picture for me. But you have a ton of people in Latin America that their parents did not trust banks at all, or governments or anything like that. There's a lot of like distrust of banks, especially like your older school people, just because of different things that have happened in the history. I would say they're probably a generation behind the U.S. in a lot of ways, but you have a whole new generation of young people that are a lot more technologically savvy. They're way more trusting of these things. They're doing direct deposit. They're paying with PayPal. They're paying online stuff. And they're way more open to banking in general. And I think they're way more likely to be captured, like market share wise, than like maybe in the U.S. where you've had people that are, oh, my entire family's banked at Wells Fargo or J.P. Morgan since I was a kid or whatever. Like my uncle works at this community bank, so I've got an account over there. But I think in Latin America, you have way more chance of capturing a huge generational shift as people start to trust banks a lot more as I would say like the younger generation. So like anybody that's getting out of college to like maybe mid 30s, I think that age group is all going into like a lot of this digital banking. Also, credit is starting to become a little bit more of a thing. With upgrades in technology, I think credit's becoming a lot more of a thing. In Latin America, it's not. I think a lot of people that are US based have this idea that everyone lends money and gets 10 credit cards and stuff like the US does, and that's just not how most of the globe operates at all. But I do think you're seeing Latin America get a little bit more open to more credit and more lending. So I think that helps some of these banks grow and get more revenue. So Nubank, Mercado Libre, they basically have an online, or they basically have a digital bank as well. So they're a competitor in the space, even though they're not a fintech company. They're more of an Amazon type of company. But there's an honorable mention.
Some good picks.
But they're not doing much right now, and it's hard to not invest in the U.S. right now and not invest in
how do you not
AI?
just chase the AI trade right now?
No, I agree, Ryan. I mean, I have a lot of family that's in Venezuela, and so I've definitely seen how people transfer money from the States over there, and all of it gets converted into cash immediately. People aren't storing things in banks and things like that. So it's a very different
mattress money.
Yeah, it's a very different way of living. But yeah, like you said, I think a lot of the newer generations are more digitally native. They're seeing things happen in real time, and they're not just seeing what's happening in the areas in which they live. They're seeing things that are happening in other regions of the world. So you get more exposure to things. You see people transact in different ways, and over time you build more trust in those types of systems. So I mean, people seeing other people pay with Apple Pay or like you mentioned, PayPal and all these different features, I think it only kind of lends itself to more and more people adopting them without feeling like I'm going to lose my money or something's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think connectivity is increased drastically over the last 5 years in a lot of Latin America, maybe a little bit longer back than that. But I just know from traveling, in the early like 2010, 2012, 2014, that area, like you'd go a lot of these places and you'd have to find somewhere that had Wi-Fi. You had to really look for it. And now pretty much everywhere you go, you sit down at a restaurant, there's usually some kind of QR code for Wi-Fi now. And that was not the case 10 years ago or 12 years ago. And, people with data plans on their cell phones. So like, I had an iPhone in 2009 and you had to get unlimited data, and, I could connect anywhere, anytime if I was in the US. And that was not a thing for nearly 10 years in Latin America. So there's way more connectivity as well, which I think opens up a door for digital banking. So
yeah. Have you guys tried Starlink?
I've tried. I don't own it, but I've tried it. I have a friend that has it. I've thought about it here just like as a backup. But I don't know. We'll see. It's just like there's so many people.
I've used a good enough one, to be honest. Like the one I used was like, I think the lower grade one, because my phone did better on no Wi-Fi. So I don't know. I think it's like user error potentially, but yeah, I haven't had a great experience with it, to be completely honest with you.
So
But
I have
then like our boy Maple Stacks, he trades with us every morning on Spaces. He just traveled the entire country in a van
yeah.
and was using Starlink to trade with us every day. So
Yeah, he drove.
it clearly
He
works.
drove like
It clearly does work.
one of those camper van. Kind of like it looks like
Yeah,
it looks like what do you call those things?
The
like
old
a Sprinter van.
Volkswagens, but yeah, the Sprinter vans, but the camper vans, yeah.
Yeah, it was like it's like a Sprinter van. He went from Florida to Washington, down to California, and then back across.
Wow.
And he was just stopping just wherever he was. He just trade on that. I tried. My neighbor has one, and it works pretty well. The download is fast. The upload is kind of slow. So like I think for me streaming, it might be a little tough, but it's plenty fast, and they're pretty versatile. You do have to pay. I found this out the other day. You have to pay extra if you want to for roaming. So like if you're like just using it at your house or like a cabin or something that you own, like a lake house, like it's great. But if you like try to take it in the car with you, there's like a separate
fee. That's how they get you.
That's how they get you.
They get you with
But
the
it seems to
fees
be
every
good.
time.
And I don't know. I haven't seen what it would do. I mean, where I live, it's like we have a 2-month rainy season, and then it's just sunny and 75 every day for the rest of the year. So it does great down here. People wouldn't complain down here, but I don't know how it would do somewhere out like it's Seattle where it rains, every every other day. I don't know how it would do. I don't know how it does in the weather. I don't know. Have you tried it?
I've not tried it yet, but I've got quite a bit of friends that have had all pretty positive experiences with it, whether using it on airplanes or in different various environments that are, less connected to the world. So yeah, I've heard good things, but we'll see how it all plays out.
Yeah, we'll see how that. I think that's SpaceX's one of SpaceX's biggest moats is there's nobody that's going to compete with that. Nobody's competing with what Starlink is right now. I mean, like you think about cell phone companies like AT&T and Verizon or Singular back in the day, or Alltel or whoever else there was, like they were basically sharing a lot, building their own towers and able to share. It was a lot easier to compete by going and building your own tower system and stuff than launching stuff into space. Like that's a whole different competition level. There's a big moat there. So I do like that part about SpaceX. I think it's still way overvalued right now from the IPO, but I like that piece of the business.
It's about to break below that opening price. It's just hovering there for the past week. So I'm just waiting.
People are trying to hold it. They're trying to hold it up.
They're trying to hold it. I respect it. I don't think it's gonna hold, but I respect it. They're trying.
Like right here is where everyone was issued shares. That's I think is the next stop, and then I think it probably bounces there back to here, and then it takes a leg lower. But it just may take a while to get there. But that's my primary thought.
What do we think this means for upcoming IPOs? Will they see crazy pops? Will they be overpriced in the same way that this one was underwritten, or will that change?
I think you're going to see
somebody's out there winning, so I don't think it'll change
for sure. But I think you're going to continue to see the same things that we've seen with the IPOs in general over time, no matter how crazy the company is. I mean, we look at SpaceX and you look at Meta in the past when it IPO'd, and it was the biggest company at the time IPOing. And I don't remember for sure if they closed the year red, but they definitely had a significant pullback in that first year of the IPO.
That first year was tough for them.
That's tough. Where I think no matter how big and crazy you are, you're probably going to have some rough, bumps in the road that first year. And that's what I want to take advantage of. So that's what I would say for any IPO, especially if it's an IPO that is, not as significant as something like SpaceX or even close to it. I got to go with the moat that generally these IPOs come down. They're going to fall below their opening price, but you look for those setups, right? You look for that accumulation. At some point, it's going to stop and it's going to get real quiet and goes sideways, right? Look at Robinhood.
Robinhood was the same thing, got down to $7, right?
Let's see that on SpaceX, right? I would love that. Those are the IPOs I'd love to attack, and it's it takes forever. You have to wait. You have to keep an eye on it.
It's crazy. It's just sitting down there trading at near cash.
And that's what, yeah. And so, I mean, you look at
PLTR. PLTR did something similar too. Like even PLTR, on the IPO, it went up and it went up, very nicely. And then it came all the way back down and it's set down here for quite a while. And then it set right here for quite a while. And then it finally started a vertical move. Rivian's another one that it's kind of doing it right now, which this is kind of a victim of the whole EV kind of bubble, whatever you want to call it, EV hype from back in, Tesla 2021, 2022. But I mean, this thing is starting to put in that same type of, big, broad, lot of accumulation base. So we'll see. They're still 3 years away from making money though. So that's why I'm just like, Let me know when they get profitable.
They got to get profitable. Oh, what do you guys think that this means for OpenAI, Anthropic? I mean, I know. Well, yeah. I mean, those are two companies that are. Yeah.
I think it'll do well. Yeah, they'll do well initially, but still same story overall, I think, But OpenAI's got to be a huge one, right? It's got to be up there with SpaceX and some of these others. So I think we'll see some.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be as big, like from valuation standpoint, but I think there will be. I think there'll possibly be equal enthusiasm. So I think your SpaceX had a ton of enthusiasm because of what they do and who's behind it, right? Elon. And obviously it's space. They're the only ones launching and catching rockets with chopsticks or whatever, that whole thing, Starlink, Moat, all that. But there's also, XAI, Grok is a part of SpaceX. So this was kind of one of the first like AI kind of things to go out there. But now you have these pure play AIs like OpenAI or Anthropic or whoever. And I think the enthusiasm around owning an AI company, especially one of these, more top AI companies, I think is going to be very, very, very high as far as just the amount of enthusiasm and what's the want. They'll want to own it. They'll want to have, ownership of some AI company. This is just a pure play instead of, I mean, obviously, yeah, like Google has AI, sure. Microsoft and Amazon and whoever else, Meta, sure. But they're not just pure AI plays. I think they'll do well.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely feel like before these companies, I mean, obviously OpenAI and Anthropic have not gone public yet, but before that, people were trying to find ways to have some level of exposure to AI, whether it was Palantir or even at one point, you've got obviously Google, Microsoft, Tesla is in that as well. People even looked at Meta, and then people were even looking at much smaller plays like, for example, I remember C3 AI because they had AI as their actual ticker symbol, right? So
they should lose that. We should be able to vote to take away that ticker.
Yeah, so a lot of that stuff is very interesting. Very interesting to see. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Appreciate you, Antoine. We've got any final things that you want to mention or anything as we come into the top of the hour? I've got another show I've got to run to here in just a minute or so.
Nope. It was absolutely great chatting with you guys. For anyone that's interested in GameStop against a trading tournament app, you can use code WOLF26 and you'll get actually $10 in credits. So one of those diamonds. And so it's a great way to get started. Every single day there's free money to be made. There's new videos with a ton of alpha. And it's just a really competitive, gamified way for you to kind of stay in the markets and thinking through things differently as you kind of keep going on your journey with your current investment profile and things of that nature.
Beautiful. Well said, Antoine. Thanks for coming on. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed just talking to other people that are, paying attention to the market. And
you're fun to talk to.
Different thoughts and stuff. Yeah, it's a great personality, all this stuff. It's an amazing app that you guys have built. So go in there, check it out, guys. GameStop or GameStock.com. Oh, let me say GameStop. Gross. We'll have to short this app. GameStop.
We're gonna short GameStop on GameStop.
On GameStop. Yeah. Can I do worst portfolio?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Thank you, guys. Check that out, Antoine. Appreciate you coming on. We're gonna shut this down. We've got stock picks. Our stock pick show actually starting 30 seconds ago. So I got to go jump and do that.
All right. Peace, crew. We'll see you tomorrow.